Action.
He was number one. He was number one.
No, not here yet. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fire. Wait, wrong button. Where are my buttons? Fuck, fuck, Jack the fuck. Welcome in. Welcome in, monkey. Oh, fuck. No, I've been trying to go to main scene, or the full camera scene before I go to... I'll just do it over here, fuck it. My music's too quiet, too. Music isn't that quiet for me. So I do some shit, and it's, yeah, I see what it is for you. It was fine for you guys, for the most part. My end's different because of, what do you guys get? You guys get a combination, you get the added layer of OBS's adjustment of everything, and I get the added layer of my mics, sending it back to me. It's a split. But 30 to 35 is the range that we want, which is where it's landing right now. I'm gonna bring my own mic up, though. I'm considering shifting all of our ranges up, just because comparatively, like, I've been matching my stuff up to other YouTube videos from, like, more professional people, and, yeah, I noticed they're louder, but I also wonder if that's just, like, that doesn't serve quality, but instead serves just, people, there are more numbers. No, it's not. Wait, what's not? Confused. Are you saying the music was quiet? Or wasn't? This song is kind of louder, too, in general. In other senses, not in, like, the volume sense necessarily, but there's just, like, a lot of audio coming from it. It's a bit more explosive and yelly, so, like, naturally it kind of just feels louder, too. Bassy bullshit does that, too. How we doing? How's it going, Monkey? How's it going, Jackdaw? Oh, Jackdaw got the 0 too, nice. Let's see, where's my main scene? I don't know where scenes are. I'm gonna learn things. So we're gonna work on Who's That Pokemon more because the script started dropping the ball on something. But we have a side quest. So I was floating around in the Crowbars Discord, like yesterday or the day before, and I saw a question, someone in the questions channel asking about some random stuff. But the thing that got my attention, because I'm so self-centered, is their name was Luna. And so I kind of just like start looking around. I click on their profile and it shows their links down at the bottom of their like their profile, right? You can show like your YouTube and your Twitch or blah 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 blah, right? And it says all of the Luna is a deer is their username or her username. And it says that like on most of them, but I noticed there's like 2 other accounts. And they said, I forget what the full thing, but it was something like it included Arch. It was like Arch is a deer or something. So that it turns out that's their dead username. And I'm like, well, I just found someone who used to be an Arch, but in their transition became a Luna in the Firebud Discord. I'm gonna go over to their stream. So I went over there today and bugged him a little bit. He was actually doing a charity stream for, or Jesus Christ. She was doing a charity stream for St. Jude. That was pretty sick. And she was playing Fallout New Vegas. I'm so self-centered, it's so real. I did naturally, right? Like, tell me if you had a sea of 100 usernames that just like that you might randomly click on, and then one of them has part of your name. But anyways, I was talking to him, and someone brought up the lizard meme in their chat, so I was like, oh, I made a lizard combo thing in Firebot, LOL. Immediately, Luna wants a setup file for it. So we're gonna start with that and try to we're gonna make sure it works. That's what we really want to do. Hey, lizard. Daddy, would you like some sausage? That's not something you make me read out loud, Third. That's arrest Third. Police. Also, I might need y'all's help. Yeah, can y'all help me lizard combo? Because I technically can't solo lizard combo, I think. Sick. I thought Third was the police. No, Third pointed me to the police when Third needed the police, but now that the police will be used against him to the fullest extent of the police. I forget what was so bugged about it. So, like, let me get an extra one in. Also, welcome in, Third. Jamie, it must be a bug. Nay. Fuck. How does this even work anymore? Might be back when I was a freshman when I did my chest bump. Oh, lizard. Monkey? Join us, lizard. Hey yo, let's go. So if I break this, what do we get? 5x. It counted, right? Hold on, let's immediately go into new lizard. I feel like that might be the issue, is if we lizard directly after one of these messages with the lizard. It didn't break, but like, you guys were ready as fuck. Look it in there. Third, you're really good at testing. Really good at beta testing. What were our commands? Can we just send it, or is there... My one thing is I worry there's a, I'm scared there's a macro in here and I don't want to miss the fucking macro. Holy fucking disabled. What? This is terrifying. I made it this complicated before I made this? What happened out there? Fuck. Get rid of it. Don't even look at it. It was never needed. It's been disabled the whole time. It was exaggerating its power level. Don't forget the roll. Okay, I think we... Last spot, check the command. Why don't I... I could have just looked at the fucking macros. We've come this far. Am I blind? Where is this? CU's currency. That's one thing we would have to check. I don't think it does. Okay. We're safe. We're safe, chat. We're safe. Oh, why'd you? What are you trying to say? We're not in that fucking folder. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? We're putting it. Thank you. Whatever. Okay, there. Cool, sent that off. And it seems like it's fine right now. We'll find out. GPT, figure out what the fuck is wrong with, like, how did you break my code? It's on. Okay, so is this caught up? I see scrolls being stupid. Base. This is a different one. Okay, we'll see what happens. Nope, still mad. Let's find the file. Actually, I bet it's still open, and... Yup. Cheat time. Oh, I didn't even... Okay, well, that actually worked out. See, it's like the first one. It's just the first one. And then it runs fine. Which one is it? Cat? They all have the same name. Just all jumbled up. Oh, I got it. I got it. I'm good at this. Oh god, no. We hate that. I can't spell that. That's for y'all. I love this. Stop for 28 seconds, and now it's gonna be frozen for 4 minutes. Swag the fuck out. We need something to do while we wait. Should I just go after a different update while we wait?
MTV, the land of happy little trees.
A tree of the happy variety? Was that just like really quiet or something? Did you guys hear that? We'll figure that out. It sounded fine? I didn't hear shit.
MTV, the land of happy little trees.
That's like extra quiet for me. Hold on. That's something soon on the to-do list, I think. We're gonna have to like do some heavy sound balancing for the specific sounds. It feels like my only option right now is to raise the volume for everyone. Well, hold on.
MTV, the land of happy little trees.
That's where I want it for, like, me. But that's also me volumed. Kappa. Oh, but I gotta do that. Leave that one. Cheers. code, please, GPT? That is huge. Why is it? It's huge. Why is it huge? Did it just flash skip? Oh. What? Oh, yeah, damn. feel like it's about to allow stuff to be bigger than the image. And if I'm staring at it, I can still see what it is on the fade in. Yeah, welcome in, Luna. We opened stream just going through that lizard setup because I hadn't checked it out in a minute. Right now we're working on our Who's That Pokemon game. Since the Firebot's gonna have this new overlay widgets thing, I've been switching all my Who's That Pokemon last version, which is like mostly OBS based, over into here. I might be able to make it shareable soon. That's the main goal, but it's still a little wonk. How goes it? It's out, dude. Maybe. Hopefully. There's two of you. I was just saying, I said the whole thing at the beginning of stream. This is what you get for turning it down when we're listening to Brokey. Not only is she Luna, but she also used to be Arch. Not my fault. You're completely your fault. Your hatred of Brokey fuels my love for Brokey even more. So it doesn't seem to be too fucked up if I do skip, but that's almost too fast. But honestly, I might just have to do flash if I can't figure out how to get like it to fade in without revealing. Misspell. You. Now we started over. You don't get to win this battle. What? It was the last one on the playlist too, Monkey. You could have just made it through and I would have been like, okay, we made it through the Brokey playlist. Time to go to a different playlist, but no. Fucking no. Run it back. What is that? It almost looks like Gengar, but it's not. And I'm too responsible with my privileges to abuse it? No, you're abusing it. This is abuse. You get one. You get one. Everybody gets one. I was listening to EDM earlier. You might go back to that. You could just set it to a problematic GIF, right? Yes, lads. Well, now, what? Don't get too enthusiastic. Yeah, try and set it to... I'm gonna set it to... I don't even know how to pronounce that. Just jumps over to the Steppy playlist. Give me a good one. Enigma's good. Death. Ooh, death. Oh, and then Shinter's Will is so close nearby. Based. We need to set it to a bad Pokemon. What's that look like? See, that's fucked up. Or is it funny? Honestly, it's kind of funny. I'm kind of with it. Not a bug, it's a feature. Okay. But that's what it is. What happened? Oh, because it thinks it's... okay. That part of the path did not get triggered. Well, what's the big one? Fuck. Forget that. What's the next boring part? Descriptions and usage. Fuck. Where's that E with the accent? How do I get one of those? All right, let's go add this everywhere. Not set Hasbro streamer. Whoops. We're mainly looking for cat messages. I see the bright sky. I love the ocean. I love the sing song. I heard a perfect platter. Fix was easier than expected. I don't know if I want to add it to Mapley's shit. Yeah, fuck it. Because then it's just events, I think, right? Or not events, presets. Shit. Okay, get it back. Thank you. It's kind of redundant there. Yeah. What do you say, to-do list? What now? I just don't want to do descriptions and usage. I fucking hate that. Fuck, I gotta stop typing that. It's who? Wait, look, who's that Pokemon game? It's current Pokemon. I can spell. No, I can't. Fuck. Explanation. You know what? I'll find the Pokemon thing again. Okay, here's the thing with this one. I don't know if it needs a description because these are hidden commands. Other than spell. Oh, we have to update the obsidian though. Damn it. Do we really need to add anything else to it? Because that's the explanation on our end. And that would just be what's public. Yeah. That's fine. This might be wrapped up in terms of its own stability. Or just like locally. Like anything else I would have to work on is explaining how to set it up in general, and you shouldn't even... There's not much explanation that goes into that, I don't think. Because what's it look like in terms of creating a setup? Set consent overlay widget on a setup. Is there anything else here I'm trying to send on a setup though? I feel like there's something else in it that gets me pause. It knows to write its own files. Everything's backed up into the files. Okay, can I like send like an actual overlay itself though? Guess not. What would happen if I... change the overlay this lives on? You'd have to go into it. Indirectly change it. Okay. Damn, I wish I could send an overlay instance. How's that do on the default? What happens? Oh shit, forgot drugs. How bad does this look? I guess it's just the same thing scaled up. I don't know what I was expecting. Guess I wonder if there's maybe a bit where people might only use the one overlay. I probably just wouldn't recommend that though. It's lining up some heavy hitters. I'll line them up closer now. What, are we just taking off the to-do list then? Am I just supposed to take things off my to-do list? That's fucked up, honestly. Man. Well, it was fun while we did it, you know. No, that's sweet. That's so sick though. It's all completely on Firebot's side now. Before this update's been released. And we could probably do that with the rest of our HTML too, it seems like. So we know how to send it the data. On those message thingies. I guess with this, the smoke, the pixel smoke, that listens to a server that handles the colors, and I think I'd rather keep that going there. I don't know if it could listen to the server from inside of Firebot, but even still, I'm not seeing much advantage to moving that one over. But the chat bars, on the other hand, those might be able to be moved over. But they were held a program, so I don't know. Do I want to break all that? Let's do something easier, you know? Let's not make it more difficult. We do easy things on the to-do list. That's what we do. Oh, it's even on my main to-do list. Clean up command descriptions and usages. No, I don't want to. Never. I wonder if we could make the show image thing, but it seemed like it doesn't like it when we send it local images. Which I call bullshit on. That has to be fucking possible. No, don't bump that. All the other shit's just like extra boring too. We got a lot of boring to-do list shit. Jackdaw, are you still out there? I'm back to not wanting the moment system. I saw the moment system show back up in my dashboard. I don't know how it came back. Need something more fun. This is all like fucking account management. It's so bad. Did we do the metadata name? Yeah. Maybe I get out of the stream to-do list for now. Maybe you go look at the music to-do list. Do we keep working on Rapbot maybe? Getting to the finish line on Who's That Pokemon kind of just like burnt me a little. Finish line. That to-do list is cooked, but maybe we try out some interviews again. That'll help get the brain cooking a little more.
So I am simply the end result.
But whose interviews do we want to watch?
What comes of me now that your experiment is over?
Oh, our experiment isn't over yet. It's just beginning. Now
We're going down the Doom rabbit hole a little bit.
They care nothing for me.
We did the Aesop rabbit hole a little bit. Genesis pops out at me. Access to kind of though. Honestly, I don't think I've watched much of a Watsky interviews. Covering the back wall there might be a good move. Full ass playlist. Someone beat me to it. I felt it in my bones that OBS felt like dropping frames, and there it was. Is it me doing things on... It's almost like it doesn't like doing up and down at the same time. Why wouldn't you sort these by date? Please. Oh, they're all short too.
What's up, guys? Nick Major. here. APTV correspondent Watsky recently stopped by my place. We had a great chat about his latest album, Times Infinity, and how the recent political season affected the writing process of that. When you can expect some new music from his project Invisible Ink, how his father helped out with his new book, How to Ruin
It's a
Everything.
red bar on the
lot more,
face,
so
but
stay
it
tuned
doesn't
to see what he had
show
to
it
say.
red bar. You know, just not.
So nice to meet you properly for the first time.
Yeah.
I was just saying that we were both on Warped 2014, but we never met.
Well, nice
so-
to meet you officially.
Yes.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thanks for stopping by so me and my dog can chat with you. We'll see how much of an impact he has on this interview.
My pleasure.
Do we
And
get
this is
Watsky
Dracula,
notes,
for those of you
or
who
is
don't
it just
Yes,
like
Dracula the Chihuahua Pug. But so I gotta ask,
Not
man, you're very much into
the
writing, into talking, into
non-notable.
all that. When did you realize that you love doing that stuff? Because growing up, I never would have liked writing. But how did you know, like, this is my thing?
It all happened basically around my sophomore, freshman year of high school. I was about 15, 16 years old, and I had an English teacher who was really into writing, and I was kind of a loudmouth kid who would get in trouble a lot and get kicked out of class. And so he recommended this youth poetry organization to me called Youth Speaks in San Francisco, and I fell in love with it like immediately. I loved writing, I loved wordplay, and I grew up not feeling like I really had a place in it because I was reading all these old stuffy writers, and then I found this art form and realized that there were people out there who were writing poetry that was the way we talked to each other as kids, and so I was just kind of off to the races, and I just really never stopped doing it.
And while a lot of your latest work that people are familiar with is your music stuff, you did in June, you released a little book with some samplings. Is that what it was for exactly? How to Ruin Everything?
How to Ruin Everything, yeah. It was actually an essay collection, and it was very
That's what it
different
looks.
than the poetry that I grew up writing in that, like, it's more, it's traditional prose writing. It was 13 essays and put out by Plume, Random House in June, and that was me trying something new. So to know that it was gonna be on bookshelves and to get reviewed by book reviewers alongside other established writers, I really wanted to not write a piece of shit. You know, I wanted people to take it seriously as a writing project, not just as a rapper who put out a little, side project. So
And you achieved that with it, you feel?
I hope
It was
so.
pretty solid writing.
My dad likes it. He was an English professor, and he went through with a red pen and put a little C next to everything he thought was cliche before I put it out. And,
Oh, that's good. So he legit helped you grade it?
well, he
checked
helped me
over it.
edit it. I asked him to, actually, and it was on one hand a little bit stressful, but he is somebody whose opinion really matters to me, and I got great feedback on it. And when I would go on these like blind reviewer sites where the people didn't know me, didn't care about my opinion, it was good feedback for sure.
But so has your dad? Has he always been an English teacher?
He was an English teacher in the 70s. He got fired in like the student protest movement when he was like, I think he started as an English professor in his like mid-20s, younger than I am now. He is just a super smart guy, has 2 PhDs, and now he's a psychotherapist, but he writes
wow.
poetry on the side. So
So is that where some of your writing comes from? Do you think it was inspired by your dad?
I think both my parents.
Oh,
'Cause
really?
they'd read to me as a kid. My mom's an elementary school librarian.
Oh, my mom's an elementary school teacher.
Nice. All right. Shout out. So,
Love
yeah, I just had books around me all the time and parents who loved reading and words and stories. So indirectly,
That all probably
indirectly,
contributed
I think
somewhat.
so.
And you just put out, is it your 4th or 5th full-length album that you just put out?
Depends how you count it, because I did an album in 2007 that was like a jazz hip-hop album under the name Invisible Ink, and that was really a band effort, not my own solo project.
So
But
for Watsky, this is more the 4th.
yeah,
full release.
4th. But then the mixtapes are gray areas. Like, what's a mixtape?
there's
What's
so
an album
much.
these days?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot of like free projects that probably don't count as albums. But yeah, technically the 4th one that I've put out as like an LP.
And so that's the latest one, is Times Infinity.
That's right.
What's the difference for you between writing an album and writing, like writing little stories, writing poetry? How does it differ?
Well, when I approach an album, I kept put a lot of pressure on myself to be like, I want to say everything that I have in my heart and just really get it all out there. And I particularly with this one, I moved to New York, and I holed up in an apartment in Brooklyn, and I basically isolated myself. Don't recommend this to people, for like 10 months after a breakup, and just tried to get out a song for every one of my moods and every one of my sort of perspectives. Like, there's the political half of the album and the personal half of the album, and And in some ways, I feel like I bit off a little more than I could chew with it, because it's this 18-track.
I was gonna say a lot of songs on it.
A lot of songs, and then
Not bad,
at the end, there's 4 that are like this interconnected suite, and then the last song is like 12 minutes long and has 8 guest rappers on it, and we tell this continuous story. And so, you know, I think with every album, I put all this pressure on myself to really like have this magnum opus that says everything about me.
The blue one.
And
It's
going
the little
forward, I'm
face
gonna
peeking
try
out
and
back
make
there
that
with the
less
purple shine on it.
stressful.
That's
How
Watsky's
impactful was
face.
this recent political season
Didn't know how
to
to
the writing
point. Hold
process
on.
of your album?
That.
You obviously touch on a lot of things like the gun issues that's going on.
It was a little bit of a tough dance because I knew I was going to be in an election cycle when the album was going to come out. It came out in August, but I didn't know what was going to happen. And so a lot of the stuff in the album that seemed like it was sort of apocalyptic fantasizing ended up being scarily true when Donald Trump won the election. And there were all these lines that took on sort of more disturbing, I don't know your politics, but I was definitely hoping very, very strongly that wouldn't happen. And so when it did, it was really hard to play the shows in the immediate aftermath, but then it seemed like even more relevant because it was sort of, you know, one of the points that I was making was the fact that we even got this close to him being president was scary. And then it happened, and it was just like, okay, this is even more scary now, and something. I'm glad that I touched on politics with the album, because in the aftermath of it, I wanted to be even more political with my shows. It just felt like everyone in our band felt like we needed to do more, like we weren't doing enough, and to not speak to the issue felt like a totally abandoning our responsibility as artists. So I'm glad that I touched on it with the album, but now it feels like the game has changed.
Mm-hmm. So what do you got planned for next year, man?
Next year, I'm doing a second Invisible Ink album, which I mentioned that I had that jazz hip hop project early on. And when we were in Hawaii, all the guys from that band, we got an apartment on the North Shore in Oahu and built a little home studio and worked on a second Invisible Ink project. 10-year reunion album.
I was gonna say, how long has it been since you guys did stuff together?
Decade.
What sparked the reunion? What made you guys want to start doing new stuff?
We've just always kept in touch, and Max, who plays keyboards and trumpet in that group, is my first cousin, so I see him all the time, and plays keys in my band. And we've been talking about it for years, and finally had this break in our schedules where it all aligned. Like, we've all been doing our own thing, and we finally had time to do it, and really and made time to do it. We missed each other and wanted to do a project that was like, even though my stuff's not like radio pop, it's still poppier than the stuff that I made with Invisible Ink. And so we wanted to just make a left field jazzy album, and yeah, we made the time.
And how was that getting back together? Because you're all completely different people, I'm sure, than when you had first been writing together.
You know, we're not at all. You'd think we would be, but maybe it's just because people revert when they hang out with their old friends. But it feels like no time had passed at all, except we all have a little bit more facial hair than we did 10 years ago. And with me, I mean like a little bit more. With them, they have like huge beards, and you know, they look 10 years older. I'd like look 3 years older, but we're the same people, and it was, I think, even a smoother process than doing it before, because we felt no pressure this time. We just figured we'd finish the album, do it like minimal budget. It's done, but we still have to put in a couple last verses and mix it and stuff. So we did the bulk of it in Oahu, and when I get back to San Francisco right in the new year, we're going to just put the finishing touches on it.
In any time frame on when you're trying to get that stuff out by as of now?
It's good
I think in
too.
the spring sometime.
Cool.
But I'm also not putting immediate deadlines on myself, because I'm trying to just enjoy a little bit of non-stress.
Yeah,
Me
you've been
too,
working
I
hard
want
for
to
the
go
last
back
few
and
months.
listen to it again.
All right, well, thanks for stopping by my place and chatting today with
My
my now
pleasure.
sleeping dog. I think
Peace
it's
out,
asleep.
Dracula.
Dracula, what did you think? Did you enjoy it? Yeah, he
It was
loved
alright. It was alright for him.
All right, well, keep having a good time. Enjoy
Yeah.
the New Year's, man.
Right
Thanks for
on.
stopping by.
Thank
It was
you.
a pleasure.
Hell yeah.
Visit www.kisswatsky's False modesty is a guilty habit. Some people simply have it. But the
I
fact is I
don't
would
know
not
how
have
to
spent a
talk.
decade doing this if I did not believe I was at least
Where
a
the
tiny bit
fuck?
ridiculously filthy at it.
I got a note out of that.
Branch out after
If my baby's gay, I'll say, you go gay baby, work that thing.
Do Cassidy Quinn.
Hey guys, it's me, Cassidy Quinn, here in Seattle at the Bumbershoot Music and Arts Festival with George Watsky, also known as just Watsky, all over the internet and in the music world. You're here at Bumbershoot. What's going on?
It's beautiful. We got here and immediately just started checking out acts, and it seems like one of those festivals where there's a lot of big names, but people are also willing to explore new music and just be excited about acts they may not have heard of before. So the weather's great, the people are friendly. I'm loving it so far.
So you do all kinds of things. You go on tours, you record albums, you've done a web series. What's your favorite thing to do?
Man, I love doing all that stuff. I think I'd probably have to pick performing if I had to pick anything, just because I like that connection with an audience. Like, I love that live experience where you make a memory with a group of people that will never be reformulated in that exact same group, and then you have it and you let go of it. I love making videos too. You can't do the performance, you don't create new material, so I'm glad I don't have to pick, but I probably would pick performance if I had to.
Well, hopefully you'll never have to choose just one, thanks to the internet. And thanks to the internet, that's really how you got your big break, I guess, as you could call it. Pale Kid Raps Fast. Did you think that it was going to be so successful?
You know, we never expected it to go as crazy as it did, but we had a hunch that it might be shareable. The idea was just to encapsulate what I do in a minute and 30 seconds, and it just worked.
It definitely worked. Where is your favorite place that you've performed?
Probably San Francisco. That's where I'm from, so playing the Fillmore this year, which was the venue that I saw all my favorite concerts growing up at, was a really special, important night. So that was just an all-time great moment.
So we went to Emerson College together, and we took a very great class, lighting for the stage. Did that lighting class that we took together have any impact on your career so far?
That's the only class I've ever failed. I got a fail from it. There was that teacher, Nicole, who used to squirt me with a squirt gun when I was falling asleep. It has not impacted me because I was able to graduate from school, but it's good to know I have a scarlet letter on my record just from my lighting class. Yeah.
And you know, if all else fails in your music and poetry career, you can go do some lighting.
Yeah.
And get squirted with a squirt gun. You recently posted on your Facebook page about how you don't put ads on your videos on YouTube and why you don't do that, which that is the main source of income for a lot of people who put videos on YouTube. Obviously your career is a little different because a lot of it is off of YouTube, but what made you make that decision?
I've just always felt hesitation when I have the option to put the ad on, and I was trying to figure out why. I've had a very contentious relationship with any advertiser. Like, every time I've been asked to do a commercial and talk to the ad agency about what creatively they want me to do, I always end up feeling a little slimy afterwards, and so I was trying to figure out why, and I think that what I said on my Facebook post was kind of me puzzling through that, and I think it's because if you're a rapper, there's some unique relationship you have with the people who listen to you where they expect you to be speaking your honest perspective at all times. There's just such an emphasis on realness in hip-hop, whether that's, you know, you talking about being from the street, or in my case, not being that and being honest about what that is, that anytime you let a corporate voice in, you kind of water down what you have to say. And obviously putting an ad in front of your video is a little different, but, you know, I like to have the freedom not to do it. That position is privileged and made possible by the fact that I do have other income streams. So, you know, for those folks who are supporting themselves on ad revenue, I think that that's a really good thing.
Is there any company or brand that you would want to work with somehow and do some kind of advertising or sponsorship with?
Yeah, there's this organic food company called Amy's Frozen Foods that I've been trying to hit them up. They've been spurning my advances, but they have the same corporate philosophy for their food that I have in my diet, which is no eggs, no meat, but they do have dairy. And since I was a freshman in high school, that's been my diet, and I always felt very connected to this frozen food brand because it's an organic brand and they're a family-run business. But because they're a family business, they think that my material has too much swearing and filthy material in it, so they don't want me to pitch their food. But, you know, I would do it.
You can start making kids' music.
Someday. When I first started eating them, I was on the ground floor, and now they're global. So I have a feeling that my patronage had something to do with their success as a company.
Definitely. What is your biggest goal in your career? What would mean to you that you made it to the top?
To me, playing the Fillmore was one of my most tangible goals that I had, and we were able to do it and sell it out this spring. So I feel like I feel validated in what I've done so far. But in terms of moving forward, you know, there's other venues I'd love to play. I'd love to play the Greek Theater in LA. It's a little bit of a step up from where I'm at now, but that would be amazing. I'd love to close out a festival someday. My biggest goal is just to keep this going, just to be able to do it forever and not have to quit art at any point. I'd like it to be sustainable.
Do you know all the lyrics to your Pale Kid Raps Fast still?
Yeah, I'm sure I do.
we try to rap some of it?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know. Now I'm nervous.
We give it a 3 count.
Okay,
1,
2, 3,
4.
Oh hi, I'm that guy, built so fly in a silk bow tie. Don't know why I'm built so fly, but I am no lie. Oh my.
I don't want to wind up in the gutter with the bottle of
Well, look at the bit of the call. Didn't leave that at all. Figured out. But-
I'm looking at the wall. Nice. Well
Yeah. Okay, we tried.
Sweet.
A little bit of a success.
Did it.
I tried. I
You did
cannot.
it very well. You
If
did
I
very
put
well.
that on YouTube, it would not be as successful. So good job that you did it first.
I had more practice than you, to be fair. So.
But you did it. Did you do it in one take?
Yeah. No, absolutely. We did 3 takes of it, and that was the last one. But yeah, 1 take through.
One take wonder, George Watsky.
If you're on the East Coast or in the South or in the UK or mainland Europe, the Hug It.
That one didn't have anything fun.
Radio 1.
So we are joined by Watsky.
Hello, hello.
Hi, thank you for having me.
It is an honor to have you in our presence.
How are you doing?
I'm fantastic.
So for the people listening that might not have
These
heard of you,
popular
can you
people or
introduce yourself?
something.
I
These are
am
known
a
people.
rapper and a poet. I'm from San Francisco, California, and I live in Los Angeles now. And I tour with my live band. I do a combination of rap and poetry.
What's
and
that fucking
we
noise?
just finished a festival run in the UK.
What about a song?
We were
Ugh.
touring off of an album called Cardboard Castles that I released about 2 or 3 months ago, and made many wonderful stops in the United Kingdom. And
No,
yeah,
it
that's pretty much
picked
the long
up
and the short of
fine.
it.
It sounds like it's been a good little period recently.
Yeah.
It's been a really exciting year because when I first started, so I consider myself an ambassador for several communities. The spoken word poetry community, the hip hop community, the digital media creation community, and I'm passionate about all of these things, but my first step into professional artistry was as a spoken word poet, and I was on this old TV show called Def Poetry Jam in 2007. I was on HBO, and I toured universities and college campuses for like 6 or 7 years.
Wow.
And I would play to crowds of 12 to 20 to 50, just not very many people over and over again, hundreds of gigs. And it's only in the last year that we've been able to play real concerts and have people come and know the songs, and we really appreciate it because it's to see the growth that's happened in 1 year has been amazing.
That's a pretty good evolution as an artist to say that was your origin story.
Yeah,
to here you are now.
I feel very, very grateful because there's so many talented poets out there, to be able to have a taste of that world and then get to have a taste of the concert performance world too has been really, really gratifying.
Yeah. So you've just been on a huge tour. Yeah. And you got back today. It's over today, isn't it?
This is it. This is my last commitment. When we step out of this interview, I will be on vacation for the first time
Wow.
in like 4 months.
Are you still feeling alive?
Yeah, are you alive? Seriously?
I am alive. I feel that kind of fatigue of my body, but mental sharpness. I don't know if you can tell. I'm very with it right now. But
That's great. So what are you going to do to relax now that you're free?
I'm going on a road trip.
Oh, great.
Hey.
I'm meeting somebody. I should say I'm meeting a young lady that I met on my last tour. I'm meeting her in Paris, and we're driving to Vienna together, and we don't know where we're going.
That was a classy road trip. I thought
Isn't
it'd be
that
like
romantic?
West Coast,
Yeah,
East
it's so
Coast. No,
romantic.
starting in Paris
I
with a
know.
lady friend. Wow.
I've really set myself up for disaster if it's not as exciting as I thought it was going to be, or if we could end up not liking each other too.
Who knows? Yeah, much like the tour.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
So what's the best country you visited on the tour?
Obviously, the United Kingdom.
That's a complete
That's
lie.
the Pandora's answer.
So you're in the UK. What is the worst thing about the UK?
Be honest.
The weather, maybe? I don't know.
You came at like the 1 week where it's good though.
Yeah.
I
It's
know.
roulette.
I'm from San Francisco, actually, and so I feel deep kinship with Brits. Driving on the left side of the road is
Freaky.
terrifying.
Yeah.
Confusing.
Oh, do
Yeah.
you guys have an actual tour bus then?
We have a splitter van. We're in that in-between stage as a band where we still drive ourselves, and we've gotten a lot better. But our first few days on the road were trials by fire.
Do you have some road stories? Tour bus antics?
Denver, the door broke during a blizzard, and so it was open, and piles of snow were just blowing in through the door as we were like late night trying to get to our venue. But
Fun.
make us stronger.
That sounds fun. Next tour you'll have a jacuzzi on top of the tour bus, I'm sure.
Absolutely. I'm
That's
really
what we're aiming
a
for.
fan of jacuzzis, maybe one in the back, one on top. I like my driver to be sitting in a jacuzzi while he's driving us,
So we came from YouTube. You have a famous YouTube as well, which is great. I was just wondering, what is your favorite video on YouTube or viral video?
Big question.
Favorite like of all
Of all
across
time.
all? Oh
Yeah.
man, that's
Have
so
one.
difficult. I'm a fan of videos that go viral that also can cross over into other things. I mean, Thrift Shop, I think, is an amazing example of a great video this year that has appeal to multiple people, you know, on YouTube and on format radio and stuff. So I'm really inspired by that success.
Yeah, it's quite similar to you. I was going to ask, do you think that there's one video on the internet that anyone listening might be like, oh, I've seen that video. Oh, it's that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I had the fast rap video 2 years ago that really, I know they play it over and over on RudeTube.
Yeah.
That was
RudeTube.
like the one that that kind of launched me. But yeah, I've actually taken it off the internet. This is very...
I saw that because I saw that video like just after it was posted.
Yeah.
And it had like 50,000, and then I went back the next day and it had like 1 million, and the next day it had like 3 million, and I was like, whoa.
It really exploded. I mean, I made a conscious effort at that point, and I don't get me wrong, I'm proud of what that video did for me.
Yes.
I'm proud to be a member of the online creator community, but I think that there's a danger of pigeonholing yourself. And
Very true.
especially if you want to expand into other avenues. And you know, I could have easily done Kid Raps Faster, Kid Raps Even Faster again with crazier animals, you know, spinning plates on his hands. You know, that's not the career I'm interested in building. You know, I believe that the power of art is being able to communicate with somebody and change their mind and make them feel something. And you don't do that through like gimmicky technical displays of talent. And that's great to have, but I wanted more for my career. And so in the intervening 2 years, the goal has been to work hard at just putting out good content.
Okay, now we've got some of your fans trapped within this computer in front of you, and they've got
that's terrifying.
They've got some questions for you.
Let's let them out. Question from Marie.
Would you rather live without the internet or junk food for the rest of your life?
I was gonna say that the band questions were gonna be good, but no.
Entirely on junk food.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to
the
stay without junk
sauce,
food.
the writing recipes.
I'd like to think that I could eat healthy. Yeah, that just makes me a better person.
You'd be forced to do it then.
I tried to propose a very unpopular thing on my tour group when we were in Germany. The very first thing we did when we sat down together in the UK was everyone got onto their phones and they started checking their email, and we were at dinner in Europe together, and I was like, we're in Europe on tour, everyone's on their phones, no one's talking to each other. What do you guys think if every night when we sit down for dinner, we put our phones in a stack, and or we have 10 minutes of internet, and then we talk to each other.
Okay.
And I was almost run out of town on a pitchfork. It was not a popular.
That did not go down.
No, my days as a tyrannical tour leader came very quickly to an end. I just was like, oh, all right, I'm sorry, I still like you guys. It's so good. Question from Claudia.
Hi, my name is Claudia, and I have two questions. First of all, what kind of music did you listen to growing up, such as artists or genres, and do they still inspire you today in your music?
Like any kid my age who grew up listening to hip hop, or most of us, Eminem was a big influence. Just the rhyme schemes, the way that he layered things. Rhyme scheme wise, Eminem has been a big influence. The group Outkast, Charlie Tuna from the group Jurassic 5, who people over here may know of, but he knows a little more underground, and he's got an amazing baritone voice and great syllable pattern distribution.
Let's choose one more.
Pola.
Hi, my name is Paula. I'm from Long Island, New York. I'm a really big fan of George Watsky, and my question is, what do you feel like is your biggest flaw?
Wow, that's a nice question there. Just straight to it. What is the #1 worst thing about you?
Oh my God, well, that I can't commit to relationships because I'm a workaholic. I don't know, how serious do we want to get?
Relatable.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that is like, let's be real. That's my biggest flaw.
She wants the answer.
Yeah, no, she wants the answer. I seriously work all the time. And I love working. I'm passionate about this. I don't know what it is that drives me, but I feel compelled to do something new every day, and when I'm not doing something, I feel like less of a person. And I think that that's cut into my ability to have meaningful relationships, which is why I'm going on this road trip. I'm trying to force myself to do it.
Well, Paris is the best place to start a relationship.
Good place to start.
Yeah, I know. It's really setting us up for such disappointment.
So, what is the future of Watsky? So we've heard where you came from, your journey to now, everything that's been going on the last few months. Where do you want to go next?
I'm hopefully going to do some soul searching on this road trip that I'm going on. I don't know. Like, we accomplished so many things in these past few months that were really our end goals. And so now you don't get complacent. You figure out what are your next goals. And I mean, I want to keep... like the same way that when we had that video go viral, we didn't want to sacrifice cheap hits for a long career. I don't want to sacrifice the strength of what we've established for like getting a radio hit on the air.
Okay.
You know, like I don't think that the right route for me to take is to try and become a top 40 artist. If that happens incidentally, that would be amazing. But what I'm trying to do is stay true to the chord that we've struck in people, which is, you know, if you work hard and you present yourself in an honest way, that you can be successful. And I think that that's what resonates with what we do. You know, it's the message across everything. It's that what you have is good enough. The story that you have to tell is good enough. And a lot of people ask me when they look at me and I write on my immigration card that my occupation is a rapper. Like, that's what the guy at Customs is like, you're a rapper? What are you talking about? You're not a rapper. You don't look like a rapper. It's the idea that no one has to look like anything to accomplish what they want. You don't have to fall into a certain category. You can, you can present your own story in any way, and every human has a compelling story to tell. And so, you know, I'm just trying to produce art that I believe in, and I hope that thousands and thousands of people, you know, latch onto it. But if they don't, I feel very proud of what we've done so far.
So thanks for joining us, Watsky.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Come on, there's gotta be something.
Had a little spot where you would go and do a lot. Wanna shove it to the bottom, but a trouble gonna bubble to the top.
Hi, I'm Piper, and I'm from KidsInnovateBands.com.
My first thought was this interview was gonna be worse.
Would you rather spend 6 months underwater in a
instead, I don't
submarine or
think it
6
is.
months in space in a spaceship?
Wow.
I feel like
I think
the
for 6
questions
months
will
I'd
be
rather
better.
be in a spaceship, but if it was for a day, I'd rather go in the submarine.
I feel like Watsy's gonna give extra effort in his response.
If you could spend a day with any Muppet, which Muppet would you choose and what would you do?
No, we're out.
Maybe Animal and take drum lessons from.
We're not filming table talk yet, are we?
No.
I was so down with Shania.
It's a whole ass interview. 45. Okay, so there was a long one.
I love me some Shania Twain.
Which one did she do? Did she do? She did that.
We know any of the lyrics to that?
No lyrics. Those are the words. Damn.
Really?
I feel like a woman. Oh, I don't. She is a hot woman.
She is a very attractive girl. So is our wives.
She can walk on my beach. Hey guys, welcome to Table Talk. We have a special guest today, George Watsky.
Yay!
I'm Joe Beretta.
I'm Steve Zaragoza.
And I'm Matt Lieberman.
And this is the show where we talk about the crap that you want us to talk about from the hashtag Table Talk on the Twitters or the r/SourceFed on the Reddits. Let's just jump right in. Why don't you get us a little topic?
Hey, Watsky, remember when I interviewed you and I was like 900 pounds?
Yeah, I do remember. You were Cuddly Z, and it was a magical moment in my life. Congratulations, you look fantastic.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Also, another weird connection. These two know each other.
Yeah, we went to college together.
Emerson College Lions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roaring
The
forever.
Fighting Lions.
The Fighting Lions.
Do the school song.
We are the Lions. I feel like a lion.
What an era that we're
When I
witnessing.
walked in and saw him in the writer's room,
It tripped me out because you know when you like realize, whoa, that's Matt Lieberman. Like I know you from school, but you're here in SourceFed, and I didn't know you were here.
Right.
So I had this moment of like just brain signals getting crossed. And also Matt lost weight too. Not like Cuddly Z weight, but like you look.
Oh wow, thanks. Dude,
No.
you can't beat Cuddly Z weight.
You didn't start off.
You were just
at a
fluffy
weight.
Z weight.
If to put this delicately, just how fat were you?
I was like
320 pounds.
Is it actually an interview?
No, it was not.
He was a big boy.
Roll a clip. I don't think there is one.
But I wanted it in a
Wow!
I wanted
what
it
a clip! I know, right?
Yeah.
I told you. Yeah.
So yeah, we went to college together.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Man, and sometimes like my memories get blurred of like who was where in what place, but like, were you ever at those like baseball house parties over in Alston?
I remember Alston. I remember a hockey house party. Roger Tower.
Do you remember the night where there were a bunch of guys that came in who nobody knew, who then ended up whipping out a butterfly knife, and then, do you know Josias Porter?
No.
I shouldn't be using their real names.
Yeah, I
anyway,
know.
I was
Yeah,
having
just
this
like
memory, and I
Roger
couldn't
Tower,
remember if
yeah.
you were there in the background, but there was
We
this
didn't
memory,
even
like one of these, we went to school
censor
in
him.
Boston,
What the fuck?
and there were all these like house parties that would happen in this like grid of drunken things. You could walk from one house to another house, 2 houses down.
And there would be another party.
There's another party, and then it's just
That's
like
good college.
party.
That's like movie college.
Yeah.
But
right, except like way more dangerous because there's freaks with butterfly
Well, I was
knives
just
and
gonna
tons
say.
of homeless people.
And I couldn't remember if Matt was there, but I had this like really, really strong memory of one night. There was somebody came into one drunken party and was like, "Hey man, I found a bunch of Asian porno VHS tapes in the dumpster out back." And they came in with all these Asian pornos in their hand and they started passing them out to people. And
Now I wish I was there.
I got like
door prizes, Asian pornos for everybody.
I got like 3
Oh,
of
we're
them. I
really
was like,
back in time. Holy
yeah.
shit.
Best party swag I've ever heard of.
And so then 3 random people walked into this party who like were just party hopping house to house, and I'm like hammered, like sort of teetering on my feet, holding these like
your dumpster porn,
hardcore
dumpster porn.
Asian dumpster
Yeah,
porn.
okay.
It sounds better than it was.
Right.
And so this guy was like, "Hey man, like, why holding all those Asian pornos in your hands?" And I'm like, I don't know, someone handed them to me. I'm just like, I just was on the positive end of this, and
he was like,
and he's like,
yo.
well, he was like, well, I guess their goal was to come in and start a fight, and so he used me as his in, and he was like, yo man, like, I'm like Catholic, and like I don't appreciate that. Like, that's fucked up.
Oh, I hate it.
That's
I
fucked
hate
up.
it so much.
That-
I hate it.
And so then I was suddenly like, I don't know, man. Like, I didn't even watch him yet. And then before I know it, he's like, we're gonna do this. Like, he just came to
like open the packages.
I would have been like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
what kind of Catholic wants to stab me with a butterfly knife?
I was
basically-
definitely not at this point.
Okay, well,
I was not. But this is great. Continue.
He just used this as a way to stir shit up. And so then suddenly I'm like, whoa. But then this guy, Josias, who also went to our school, who's on the baseball team, like herds them out to the parking lot. And I wish I could say that I was like the one who brawled with them and like knocked them out.
Right.
But our other friend comes in. So Josias flies out. They're like circling up in the cul-de-sac or like right
feel like
outside.
this is just gonna be
and
just memes.
He flies in. I have this image of him like a superhero with a frying pan, and he smacks
Oh, no,
him,
there's
he cold
questions.
cocks him
Okay,
on the
they
side of the head with
timestamped
the
them.
frying pan.
There's
pan.
4.
The guy's got the butterfly knife out, and then for the next like 2 years in their house was this like trophy frying pan which had a big dent in it from the side of his head.
All right, well then, a minute more of story.
But legitimately, across the street from that house, another friend of mine was living there, and her roommate was like a big cocaine dealer, and then that blew up.
And they had German dumpster porn.
Yeah,
good
probably.
stuff.
Austin is a
stuff.
crazy place.
Yeah.
It's all nightmares and lowlifes and college students.
And Spike's Junkyard Dogs, which is pretty good.
Oh, so good.
Emerson.
You should go there.
This is a great ad for Emerson.
Yeah.
Big time. So who wants to jump into the topics?
The guests go
I
right
say
ahead.
guest of honor.
Hey, thank you.
Jump
All right.
right in, buddy.
Let's see what we got here.
I love that opening story, man.
Yeah, sorry. I know we're supposed to answer questions. So,
No, I love it. How did you get out of? How did you go from tapes to frying pan though? Like, how did you get out of it?
I just remember that there was one dude who was knocked out and the rest of the friends scattered, and then we finished the party. And
Wow, yeah, and that's
Yeah,
that.
you just go back inside and hang out. If
I
the
would've,
cops
like-
haven't come, you can still party.
I think after that I would have been like,
They busted a window out. As they were leaving, they busted
He
a
had
window
things
out with
to
their elbow.
do. Just
I remember read the question now.
sulks away with his porno.
I know it's a good story, but no one wants to know what I did with a porno.
I
Are you
think
sure?
I think you're wrong about that.
Yeah, no, you underestimate your fan base.
Do some Watsky fan fiction in the comments down below.
Yeah.
What did he do
Alright,
with the
sounds
porno?
good. And it wasn't masturbate. Okay.
creative.
One Arm Manny asks, would you rather have sex? Okay, we're keeping it.
We're
through
doing
line.
fucking Reddit
Would you rather have sex
questions.
with the most attractive person in the world, whoever you think that is, and nobody will ever believe you? Or would you rather...
The fuck's question too.
I gotta hide. Scott Moria,
Moria. I don't know.
Moria, like mine.
Scott M.
Says, Watsky, what your first musical memory? And if you could see one act, who would it be?
One live act.
One live act.
There
my
might be
first
something
musical
good in
memory.
this.
Man, I actually have one musical memory from when I was like 6 or 7 that also paints me in a negative light, much like my Twitter catcalling of Ellen Page, which was my parents had a camcorder and they filmed me like improvising songs when I was really young, like before I was 10.
Wow.
And there's a video that exists of me doing this kind of racist song called Slippin' Around the Cactuses wearing a cowboy hat about like cowboys and Indians. And yeah, it was me improvising this song and you go back and you're like, oh, like it's
questionable.
Wait, so who's slipping around the cactus?
It's like about a cowboy slipping around the cactuses and shooting like Native Americans.
He's being sneaky and taking
I mean,
out
but
the
that's what they
enemy.
did. We can't deny in history that's what happened.
I'm not
It
proud
happened
of
a lot.
this.
It
I'm not
did.
proud of this at all. I had a line about like the red man. It was really bad.
Wow. So is that what they're gonna show when you're on Conan O'Brien?
Why don't we cut to that clip right now?
Let's cut to the clip.
They don't have that clip because that clip will never see the light of day.
Oh, that's a great clip.
I just chose to answer that question very honestly instead of giving the like non.
The
No, that's pretty good.
Instead of
No, that's
lying.
great.
Yeah.
I hope that whenever we cut to a clip, it's just me interviewing you as a 900-pound guy in that room over there.
Anyway, yeah, I hope so too. I've gone the opposite direction of you, and I've let the guilt of my like racist past
Just
eat at me.
carrying
Does it haunt you to this day?
That's the only reason I got canceled Colbert trending on Twitter. Just to get myself in the other direction.
I don't know if this is more embarrassing or not, but in 3rd grade, a friend of mine and I choreographed a very specific dance. It was just gesticulations while stepping side to side to the lyrics, and they were very specific gesticulations to every single lyric of Vanilla Ice's Ice Ice Baby.
That's
And we
amusing, though.
performed
Yeah, and that's
it in
pretty
front of the
cool.
class just because.
That sounds cute.
Just
Oh, it wasn't a
because.
talent show? or
No,
anything?
no.
It was just like, we have skills and we'd like to take.
They weren't skills necessarily.
So you're just like, we want to take the time of the teacher and the
Yeah.
students, valuable learning time.
Yep.
to dance.
Excuse me, Mr. Jefferson.
Yeah.
We have a special presentation that we'd like to make. It's very
We want
important.
to grace the class with our skills.
Yeah. with our Ice Ice
You
Baby.
probably just watched Alfonso Rivero's like dance technique video.
You reminded me that I kind of had a similar racist moment in my life.
Okay,
that
take the pressure off me.
It's
Go
also
for it.
haunting me as well. When I was in Catholic school, I'd say maybe about 4th or 5th grade, and we had a talent show, and I went up with my friends, and we did Bob Marley's, I think it's called Jammin'.
Jammin',
Jammin' with you. Yeah, so
This
we all,
better not be going where I think
no,
it's
we
going.
didn't. We didn't go that far, but we put on the dreadlocks and stuff, and we were all like trying to like dance like.
You have black hair though.
I do have black hair,
could
but
have
I mean
dreadlocks.
that's true. I could have had dreadlocks,
Yeah.
but it was like the three whitest
creating a
people you've
caricature,
ever
yeah.
met
Right.
doing a caricature.
I remember in my elementary school, Thelonious Monk, who's a famous jazz drummer, his like grandson was going to my school, and they had his dad, Thelonious Monk Jr., come in and do some drumming, and I was in the band, and we were both technically like drum people. So they're like, the drummer should come up and play some drums with Thelonious Monk.
That's what I
and I'm
thought
just
would be
like, please
interesting.
don't make me do it. Please don't make me do it. They drag me on stage, and like I am just sobbing. I'm the Thelonious Monk III,
so,
aka
like Paul McCartney, like maybe 3.
Second pair.
all the.
What live performance would you like to see?
Probably Paul McCartney of all the people that are
Yeah,
still
man,
around.
I had an opportunity to see Paul McCartney like maybe 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what happened, something personal, but I couldn't go, and I regret, like I have to.
If he were to pass away before I saw him live, I'd regret it for the rest of my life.
Right?
I mean, you're wearing the Beatles shirt right
I
now.
know, man. Got to. I mean, Ringo is fine. I mean, I don't need to see Ringo.
No offense to Ringo, but like, let's be real.
Actually, a lot of offense.
I would freak out to see Ringo live.
I mean, it would be
That'd be
cool, but you
badass.
know he's gonna do all of his stuff, and
Get
then he's
Yellow Submarine
yeah, and he'll
and-
do, and he'll totally do.
Are you guys not Octopus's Garden?
That's
fans?
what he'll do, and
I could watch him play
Did you see
Octopus's
him
Garden for
perform
2 hours.
Octopus's Garden at that Beatles thing recently?
No.
You know, there was that big thing where they honored the Beatles. They had like Dave.
It was like the
Grohl
50th
there.
Wait, are you
anniversary
talking about
or
when they
something?
played that? No.
It was like Dave Grohl
Yeah.
came out.
Oh yeah, and then
all
they
these-
did like Katy Perry and all these people did like
Yes,
Beatles covers.
yes.
Yeah, it was the 50th anniversary of them appearing on the Ed Sullivan
Yes,
show.
exactly.
Right.
And so Ringo went out and did Octopus's Garden, and he just looked like the most awkward dad, like just singing Octopus's Garden.
You know what I
to
think the
his
problem is? He needs to shave the neck beard.
He does.
If he
That's
shaved the
fair.
neck beard, his whole look would transform.
I mean, I like Ringo. No offense to Ringo, because he is talented, and he's more talented than I'll ever be in anything. But
See, like I like bald neckbeard Ringo. It makes him stand out, and
It
I
does
feel like
scream Ringo.
he's like his own '90s stereotype that I just can't put a finger
I'm
on.
being a hater. The neck beard is him. You know, who am I to hate? You know.
I guess, but I don't know. I'm on the fence.
It's kind of like a homeless George Michael. That's what his look is.
Yes, he totally is.
That's kind of what he looks like.
Or like a white Morpheus.
Yeah.
You know what I
That's
mean?
pretty good,
But
too.
Okay.
like
But I
a
mean,
nice,
dude, you,
healthy.
like-
Question 3.
The sad.
Hear about these other guys' answers to questions.
Acceptable Alex from the Twitter says, tell us about the worst apartment or house that you've ever lived in.
My current one. Done. My apartment was infested Brundylicious writes, so no joke, I have a fear of dinosaurs and I cannot watch any videos with Lee as a dinosaur because I will have a panic attack. Any irrational fears?
What's going on? I'm Watsky, and you are watching Ambi.
Hey everyone, it's Alicia from Ambi, and I would like to welcome you to our interview with Watsky. Hello.
Yo, thanks
How
for
are
having
ya?
me. I'm great.
Just want to say welcome to the site. Welcome back to Toronto.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure. We appreciate you taking the time to do this.
Of course.
So I want to kick things off by diving right into Times Infinity. New record release. How's it feel to finally have it out? It's been out for a couple of months.
Really good, because this is the longest gap between projects that I've had in a long time. So, yeah, I was a little bit anxious about how people would feel about it because it's different than my previous records in a lot of ways, and I got a good response on it, and finding a lot of people on tour who know the material already, so I'm really excited about it.
Well, one track I'm really digging, especially the video for it, is Midnight Hearts. When you're in the
Thanks.
ring for that video, you were just so in the zone. So what's it like
Another
putting that whole thing
accent than
together?
anyone.
Well, that video was directed by a guy named Carlos Lopez
So another
Estrada.
accent than
He's
anyone.
really awesome. He's one of my favorite music video directors, and he's done a lot of stuff for a band called Clipping.
happy 420
and
East
I
Coast.
found him just through liking his videos, and so reached out to him, and he connected enough with my stuff to want to do a series of 3 videos, and it was a lot of work doing Midnight Heart. This is this choreographed boxing video, and I mean, I had to learn it basically like a dance. Every jab, every feint was on beat and was in response to the other boxer who was actually a trained dancer. So, and the last verse of it was a one take, so we needed to nail it basically all the way through. And I'm not a dancer, so I put a lot of pressure on myself to get it right. And there's little moments I see watching the video where I think I didn't nail that move really, but in terms of the overall vibe of it, I was really happy with it, and it was really long hours shooting it, but yeah, I'm happy with how it came out.
Now How to and Everything is also out. You're just doing a bunch of stuff at once. At first I thought it was just going to be one release, then you just kind of gave fans an extra surprise. So congrats on how well that's doing across
you.
all platforms. Are you surprised or were you shocked initially about everyone's response to this essay collection?
I was really just happy people were open to it because I hadn't announced my album at that point yet, and that was intentional because I didn't want people to be looking forward to the album and looking past the essay collection because I put so much work into it, and my goal's always been to be a writer who's working on different platforms and not just to be a musician who has like a little passion project on the side. And so I wanted people to know how seriously I took the writing of it, and the fact that my fans, a lot of them at least, were willing to pick up the book and give it a chance. They bring it to shows and show me that they bought it, you know, like that means a lot to me and shows me that this idea of trying to be on multiple platforms isn't crazy, that I can keep taking those risks and put out poetry collections and do different types of work, and that at least the core fans of mine will follow me into that stuff if it's good.
Before this tour, you drove your car across America and ended up giving it away in the end. So I love watching that video. It's such a cool behind the scenes. Where did you come up with that crazy idea?
Well, I had this Subaru Outback, this 2004 hatchback car that I've been driving for years, and it sort of started ending up in my videos as a joke, just to show people, you know, this is my life, this is the car I drive, I want to give you a window into what my real life is like, and I drove it as my real car until I gave it away 6 months ago, and I never liked that car. I just had
gotta
it.
be good
That's-
questions.
I never really bonded with it the way I did with the Volvo station wagon I had before that. So it was practical. I never
Some of these
wanted to
questions
spend
I'm
my
calling
money
bad
that I made
questions
on
aren't
a new
bad
car,
questions,
'cause I
but they're
always
like,
had
there's nothing we can pull out of
better
it.
videos or stuff that actually related to my art. So I kept driving it and sort of not really loving it. And I've been on the road for a long time, so it was just getting lent to a succession of people. And one of my old DJs racked up like $600 of parking
We know the
tickets when I went to
Subaru
him.
war.
So I started thinking, like, really, this car is not, I don't need it anymore. What's the best way to give it away? Well, the blue book value of it's not really that high, but it's got sentimental value for people who follow my stuff. So why not give it away to a fan? And just did a raffle connected to my album, and I knew I was gonna do this like last hurrah road trip in the car, and I was really lucky that the person who won it was so far from LA. They were in Ithaca, so I had to drive it like 3,200 miles to them across the country, which was great. It gave an epicness to the trip, but if they'd been in San Diego or something, and
Kind
it
of
had been,
defeats the purpose.
it would have been a little bit anticlimactic, I think. So I was really glad this woman Sarah who won it, who's a grad student at Ithaca, didn't have a car and was a super nice person. So it just worked out really well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Something I loved that you also have is your Twitter description here is to read good and learn to do.
Maybe
other
something
stuff
out of
good
that
too,
though,
which-
actually. Something that's kind of reflective of something that Watsky does with his music in general. He does a lot of there's always an extra layer of something you can do with the release, or something that happens with the release. Usually a few extra layers. Like this one especially on X Infinity, because he did the album, he did the book, and then he did other things too, but also releasing this album, or releasing this album with the autopilot. On top of giving away the car is something that gets referenced in lyrics a lot even. It brings a realness back to that, but also, again, makes like a whole lore bit for it. That's some next level cheese. There's other stuff like on the with the triple albums of for the trilogy, fucking Complaint, Placement, and it's whatever they fuck. Those three, right? Those had like a whole ass puzzle for people to solve to get the prize. Like communities coming together to solve mysteries over like a month or some shit.
Just obviously a little nod to Zoolander.
Shout out Zoolander.
Yes, I'm assuming you're a fan of the film.
I'm such a fan of the film that I went to see the second Zoolander on its premiere night in Brooklyn, New York with 3 of my friends, and we dressed up as characters from the new movie. And I dressed up as Hansel, and I had a Razor scooter that I scooted into the movie on, and I had a blonde wig, and my friend was Mugatu, and my other friend was the Zoolander character, and another friend played actually Kush, our bass player, played the Penelope Cruz character in a red bodysuit. And we went, and we were really stoked when we got there because we saw this huge line of people, and we're like, oh my god, so many people are stoked for the new Zoolander movie. But it just happened to be premiering on the same night as Deadpool, so the line we saw was the Deadpool line. And then we got into the Zoolander theater, and there were like 12 other people there, and 8 of them were actually, it premiered probably not coincidentally the same week as New York Fashion Week. So we were sitting in front of a row of models who were there because they're like, no one makes movies about models, let's go see it. And so
While you're all dressed as
German supermodels, and we're dressed as the Zoolander characters in back of them. And then we saw the movie, and I had some psychedelics before the movie, and I was, as the movie went on, it was so bad, and I was having this terrible trip because I was like, this movie fucking sucks. I'm so sad because I wanted it to be so good.
Me too.
And it was so bad, and I was just having a gnarly trip. And then as after the movie ended, one of the German supermodels got up and he looked at us and he was like, well, that wasn't so bad, was it? And I got out of the theater and I threw my wig off, collected my Razor scooter from the popcorn stand. I felt bad because I knew Ben Stiller worked so hard on it, and I wanted it to be good. I thought the best part of the movie was this guy, God, what's his name? He's on SNL now, but he plays this character, Don Atari, who's this like super hipster fashion icon who just can't decide whether he hates something or loves it. He was really funny. Kristen Wiig was pretty funny too, but yeah, it was bad. Rest in peace, Zoolander franchise. First one was amazing though.
First one it's a classic. It's a great film.
Yeah.
What's a film that you can watch over and over that isn't Zoolander?
Let me think. I love Pan's Labyrinth. I love Children of Men. Those are probably 2 of my favorite movies. In terms of comedies,
This is about Zoolander. This section of the video, so we could tell.
I realized early on that not all blogs were gonna take my shit. You know, there's PR companies, there's blogs that they just don't fuck with me, and it's I want the acceptance like the hip hop community, but I'm gonna push on without it.
Like, I grew up listening to a lot of the same artists that these folks do. And,
What's up, Ryan?
and I
Serious
think
interview?
there's reasons that I understand, and there's reasons that I think are fair and reasons that I think are unfair. And no matter what, I'm gonna keep fucking making music. But I think part of it is that like I didn't come up in a traditional hip hop culture. I came in like a second round of it when I grew up listening to like in communities of people who weren't hip hop heads. And so I present myself in a way different way, and that makes sense to me. But at the same time, like, I think sometimes people judge me by the Pale Kid Raps Fast video that came out in 2011, and for better or for worse, I think that stigma is one that is never gonna go away for some people.
Seems like the pillars are obviously the music, really in-depth visuals, and touring.
Yeah.
You know,
Touring's my main shit. Like, I make most of my money on the road. The album I view as a promotional tour for the road, and like, I've been touring for so long that I love it. I don't view it as work like most people do. It's like the tour is actually a reward that you
Here
get
we
in
go.
the
See,
album
like,
making process. Whereas I do the tour to make money to make my next album is like the other way of looking at it. And yeah, like, merch isn't a big thing for me. It's really it's album sales when people choose to buy it on iTunes instead of streaming it and touring.
no, exactly. But I was interested in, like,
Wait, let me ask you something. Who did the one listening review on the album?
Lucas, what am I writing?
That shit was,
That was short, and it was really good. Oh, they got Mick Jenkins in.
Hey guys, we are now live, and I'm about to show the link for the Hangout, so bear with me for one moment.
This is a Watsky release. This is a Watsky Tuesday. Oh, he's gonna open by talking about the stage dive incident, I think. Oh shit.
All right, great. I'm gonna wait for a few people to join. And for those of you who are watching this later, sorry for the silence, but I'm gonna wait until people get in here. A question. All right, guys, a few viewers are starting to join. I'm gonna try and check to see where I can look at the questions, because I know there's a questions feature on this app. Okay, Q&A. I think if you click the Q&A button to the left, you can ask questions. If you're for some reason having trouble seeing that, then let me know on Twitter and I'll try and find a way to activate that. But I haven't really used this app in a long time, so okay, I got a question in, so it must be working. Sam Unwin has a question about what recreational stuff I did besides poetry and music. I'm gonna wait until a few more people get here, and then I'm gonna kind of just let you guys know where I've been and what I'm planning on doing for the next few months, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions you have, including Sam's. Hope you guys are having a great day. Just give me about 2 or 3 minutes. Let's see if a few more people join. As well, I'm going to answer that in a second. What is the craziest thing a fan has ever done? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna get started. More people will probably trickle in. But basically, I wanted to do this because I've been off the map on social media for a while. And after I ended my tour, that might have been a little strange because I was constantly on it before that and posting every day. And then I went to India and finished the tour off with 4 amazing shows across the continent, and that wasn't with Creme Fraiche, that was with just a DJ, Mikos, and my tour manager, Nils, and they were great. I finished in Mumbai, and then after that, I fell off the map a little bit, and the reason for that is I went to England, and I was facing criminal charges on the stage dive that happened in late 2013 that some of you may remember. And so I got a summons after I played the English dates on the All You Can Do tour, and I knew that I had to go and face this, but I wasn't able to until the tour dates were over. So I went to London, and I've been living there for 3 months, and I had a series of hearings that culminated in a sentencing hearing on Friday, and I pled guilty. I was charged with criminal recklessness for the dive, and I pled guilty, and my hope was to just do whatever I could to face responsibility. I feel really bad about it. And for anyone who's listened to All You Can Do, is this something that's really, it's been the issue of the past year for me that I've been trying to sort out and make sense of. And I got the summons, and so my desire was to go there as quickly as possible and do whatever I could to try and respect the process and see it through. So that's what I did. That's where I was. It is now, for the most part, resolved, and I am back. But I that's why I was there, and I wanted to do whatever I could to just say, this is not something I'm trying to run away from. So I'm back in the United States right now, but I'm actually going back to England for a couple days, and then I am coming back and starting to work on new projects. I'm hoping to do another album. I have a book of essays that I'm working on for Penguin that I actually turned out in the first draft of already, and I'm hoping that comes out sometime in 2016. And I'm, more concerts, more touring, but it had to be on hold until that was resolved. So that was what's going on, and I wanted to make sure that I let you guys know I was honest and transparent about it. So that's hence the live stream right now. If you guys have any other questions, I'm going to answer them. I'm happy to start answering some of these questions on the sidebar right now, but I don't want to just jump into anything that's completely irrelevant to that, because I want to make sure that I'm answering any questions you have about that. So let's see what's up on Twitter. If you want to ask a question on Twitter, you could do that too. Hey Watsky, are there going to be more Watsky Wednesdays? That's what John Laza asks. I'm planning on bringing these back. Yeah, it was actually really good to have a pause from social media in a lot of ways, because I got to evaluate myself and where I've been at. I've been working really hard, and it's taken a toll on myself and others. Obviously, for those who followed that incident in 2013, I hurt people, and that's something that has been difficult for me to process, because that's not what I want, what I put out to the world to be. And so I'm trying to figure out what it was in me that caused that to happen. And being off of social media, I think, was good, because I had to focus on what I was thinking and my thought process, and not being plugged in all the time has a lot of benefits. So I know that is probably frustrating to you guys, or the people who are really curious about what I'm doing, that I'm not saying anything, but it doesn't mean that I'm gone. Being off of Twitter doesn't mean that somebody's disappeared entirely. So in terms of Watsky Wednesdays, yeah, I'm gonna bring them back. That's my hope. I've been traveling so much between being in London, being in India before that, and then just the Warped Tour straight into the All You Can Do tour. I've been on the road living out of a backpack for something like, I don't know, like a year, pretty much, maybe more than a year. I have my stuff again in storage in Los Angeles. And so in terms of Watsky Wednesdays, it's a matter of finding the consistency to be able to do them, but that's my hope. I'm gonna just aim to do them every Wednesday, and if they're not every Wednesday, then I'm gonna try and at least do a hangout every week at some other part of the week, if I'm on a flight or train, or just having dinner with a friend. Like, for me, that's the big thing about social media, is I think it's important for me to stay engaged with you guys, but also really important that I continue to have a social life and be a human being and spend time with my family and my friends, so that I don't get so consumed by work and career that I forget about all the other things that are important in life. Because I think that's really something that led to me getting so stressed out the past year and making crazy decisions was I was only focusing on my career. I was losing perspective on all the other things that are important because I was working so hard. And so finding balance is something I've really been focused on. But yeah, Watsky Wednesdays, I'm gonna try and bring it back. Okay, here's another question that's relevant to me to answer right now. This is Alyssa asks, in other Hangouts, you mentioned that you meditate. Do you care to expand on this subject? By the way, I hope you're doing well and that your seizures are better. I do try to whenever I can. I don't as often as I would want to actually take chunks out of the day to do sitting meditations. But for those of you who have tried to practice before and do mindfulness exercises, which is something that's just helpful for me in general to try and put things in perspective and not get angry and not make rash decisions, is mindfulness. It's a process of just following your breath. Anytime you get annoyed, anytime you feel something bubbling up inside yourself, I mean, really anytime at all during the day, you practice mindfulness, which isn't in essence meditation. Is just not sitting meditation where you're like in the lotus position and having someone do Buddhist chants to you. You know, like you could be washing the dishes, walking down the street, and start following your breath and start to try to be clear-headed and label the thoughts that come through your mind as they go, and just think about your surroundings and let the stimuli that's going on in the outside world become obvious to you. You say like, oh, you know, I can feel the ball of my foot pressing down against the pavement. What does that feel like? I can feel the breath going into my lungs and filling me up. What does that feel like? I feel it coming out of my nostrils. And you start labeling these things. You start to really take in the world around you and release tension in your body. And so I try to do that as much as I can, anytime I can. And that helps a lot. And in terms of my seizures, I think that does help. One of the things that I think led to my seizures this past year, I had 4 of them, was the fact that I was holding a lot of tension in, and I was stressed. I wasn't sleeping. I was working so hard, and that can happen. I wasn't getting enough hydration, and I was just grinding all the time. I was going to the gym and pushing. And now I'm trying to make sure that I push in a way that isn't decimating my health and my mind state and my relationships with people. And I haven't had one since November. This will be news to other people. But I had 2 seizures during the All You Can Do tour, actually, and I didn't want to publicize them because, one, I don't want my career to be about gaining sympathy for being an epileptic. Being the epileptic rapper is not something that I'm interested in. I want to own it. For anybody else who has epilepsy, I want them to know that it's not something to be ashamed of, and having a condition like that, it's not something to run away from. It's not something that has to define your daily life. But at the same time, I don't want to be pigeonholed into that as a musician and an artist. So I let the tour take its course, but it was difficult for me because I had the first one in September before I even got on a plane to come. Well, I was actually on a plane. I was sitting on a tarmac on the way to Copenhagen, which was the first show of the All You Can Do tour. And we had a bunch of flights canceled because of weather on the way to Copenhagen with the band. And I was in Charlotte. We'd had a flight rescheduled. So very unlike us, we'd actually scheduled a buffer day in to get to Copenhagen to make sure that if anything happened and went wrong, that we'd still be able to play that show. And because we cut so many other shows close, and been like, man, something could have gone wrong and we could have missed this show. And so we put a little buffer time in before Denmark, and lo and behold, the weather gets terrible and we miss a few flights, and we're waiting at the airport and we get a new flight, but we have to run across the airport to get it, and our bags are on a different flight and they're going to be sent to us. And so in Charlotte, North Carolina, we had to dash across the airport to get onto this flight, and I was separated from my medication and I missed a dose. And when I got onto the flight, I was really out of breath, and I woke up in an ambulance. Like, I missed the flight. All the rest of my band took the flight from Charlotte to Washington, D.C. to then go on to Copenhagen. And I spent the night with Nils, my tour manager, in the hospital in Charlotte, North Carolina. This was back in September. And then I was able to catch a flight. They discharged me from the hospital that night after a few hours. You know, it was bad to have the seizure, but it was, for those of you who don't know, epilepsy affects different people in a lot of different ways. But for me, post-ictal state is when you're kind of waking up from one and getting back to normal and understanding the world again. And mine generally leads to exhaustion for a few days and a headache afterwards, but you're able to recover. It's not something that has it's not like a stroke where you're permanently affected by it. And so I had that, and then I was able to get another flight with Mills first thing the next morning to DC, and then we flew to Denmark. And you know, a day and a half later, we played a show. We played the Copenhagen show, and it was a difficult show to do physically, just because of the exhaustion and the way your mind feels foggy after that. And you can't really, you could tell the crowd, but for me, like I said, I didn't want to make the tour about that, and I didn't want to make everybody that came to the shows on All You Can Do, I didn't want that to be in their head while they were seeing the shows. So, you know, the first one recently was in September, and then the next one was November, the night of or the night after Thanksgiving, right before we played the San Francisco shows at the Regency. And this was the night before the show. I had one in my sleep, and it was a really, really difficult weekend of shows to get through. At that point, I was on a medication, and you know, it affects your balance, it affects your memory, and it was like, you know, it was like a headache. You feel like you can't even barely have a conversation with someone backstage without feeling like a totally different version of yourself. And then you have to go out on stage and play a show for 1,500 people and pretend like nothing's wrong. And it was just such a grind. And I loved the All You Can Do tour. Every show was amazing, and I met a bunch of great people and people who showed up to every one of my tours in the past. You know, I saw people who had been at the Nothing Like the First Time tour, and then the Cardboard Castles tour, and then the Warp tour, and came to the All You Can Do tour, who were at their like 4th or 5th show, which was extremely gratifying. But it was also physically and emotionally very difficult tour to push through. And that's why, you know, having a little bit of time away from social media has been so healthy for me. And in terms of the meditation, you know, just the daily mindfulness, it's crucial. I don't think that I'm going to be able to keep from being stressed in a ball of nerves without it. I'm so, you know, I want to succeed so badly that when I see myself dropping the ball, I'm really hard on myself. Okay, moving on to the next question. Any artist that you would love to collaborate with? That's from Rezon Hushinka. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong. Hushinka? Tons of them. Singers, rappers. I want to collaborate with Charlie Tuna from Jurassic 5, which was the group that I grew up listening to, going to see them at the Fillmore, and I want to try and make that happen. There's a lot of people that I want to do a mixtape that's collaborative. I've been trying to get this collaboration with Bo Burnham together for a long time, and I know he is down. I don't have a song concept right now, but now I'm back to figuring out what the next steps are and what my next projects are going to be, and really starting to dive into them. And so hopefully I'll get that together soon. Collaborative CD, singers. There's a ton of singers out there. I'd love to have some hooks on my albums. But I had a lot of melodic hooks on All You Can Do. And I think my next project will still have some melodic hooks, but I'm trying to lean away from having an album next time that's just completely melodic hooks with female singers singing them all the way through. So yeah, I'll put Charlie Tuna and Bo Burnham down as two people that are high on my list. Okay. Chris Kokot. Where in the world do you want to visit? Not necessarily for a concert. Man, there are so many places that I want to go to. I've never been to South America before. I've never been anywhere in Africa. The only place that I've been in Asia is India at this point, the Indian subcontinent, and I would love to explore more of Asia. I would love to, I'm going to Alaska for a festival in June. I can't wait for that. That's been really high on my list for a long time. But I want to see the world. This is doing the touring as an artist is a little bit of a tease, because you see so much of the world, but you see it briefly, and you don't get to explore. You load into the venue, you play the show, you meet everyone afterwards, you go back to your hotel, you have a 7 a.m. van call the next day, and then you move on, you do it again and again and again and again. And the lifestyle's awesome, and you're partying, and you're meeting new people, and you're hanging out with people that you love, but you're not getting a chance to really explore the country that you're in. So I think traveling without shows involved is really important. I'm gonna scroll down a little bit and see if you guys have anything more specifically about what I can talk to. Alexander Souther asks if I pierced my right ear's cartilage or if she's just seeing things. Yeah, I messed my right ear up a little bit, and actually the scab is coming off right now, and I'm trying not to pick it off. Yeah, I'll take the scab off. Yeah, so it looks a little better. Yeah, it's really embarrassing. I was doing a bench press in the yard of a place that I was staying, and I put too much weight on the barbell, and I didn't have a spotter, and I didn't properly roll. I didn't properly roll the weight into my chest afterwards, and the weight came down and pinched the side of my ear, which is really, really bad form, and put a little hole in it. Actually, when it first happened, you could see daylight straight through it. And I just took the scar off, as you saw a moment ago. And so you're seeing, as I'm seeing, what the real damage is. It's going to have a little divot in there for a long time, maybe forever. But it looks like you can't see all the way through it. So that's good. All right. What's the craziest thing a fan has ever done? I don't know. There's a woman who flew from South Africa to come see our shows in India. I thought that was crazy. She came to see 2 shows and flew from, I can't remember whether it was Johannesburg or Cape Town. I think it was Joburg. And flew from the tip of Africa to come see us in India. So people have traveled crazy distances. I've had people get on flights and go from continent to continent, and it's hard for me to wrap my mind around that. People who have made amazing crafts projects, elaborate drawings. There was a while ago a laminated book that was put together that a fan made of a lot of different fans that had gathered memories in it, and they put a whole kind of scrapbook thing together of people who had gone to different shows of mine, and they presented me with that at a show, and that was pretty amazing. I don't know if that's the kind of crazy you're talking about, but in terms of the most effort put into a gesture, those are some of them. Okay, yeah, I'm interested to answer this next question. Connor McAvoy, are you unable to tour in England due to the charges? I don't think so. So I for those of you who went to my shows in England during the All You Can Do tour, I played England this year. I played a bunch of dates, Newcastle, Manchester, London, Glasgow. I played in Ireland too, but not the United Kingdom. I played a bunch of shows in the UK, and it wasn't until right after that I got my summons for the court date. And so I played those shows. At that point, I wasn't being charged with anything. And then I had to wait for this process to play itself out. And in between the summons and me going back for the trial, I didn't return. I didn't know if I would be allowed to, if I'd be arrested or anything. And so at this point, I pled guilty, and immediately when I pled guilty, I'm convicted of the crime. If you declare yourself guilty, you're a convict. It just comes down to what the sentence is. And I had my sentencing hearing last Friday, and that's why I haven't said anything before that. I wanted the process to be able to play out. I evoke is to be freaked out about the possibility with the offense, and that's not what ended up happening. Future visas, and it's let me into the country or not. Offices, and I'm hoping, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to make every effort to return to England. I can't, then that will be a problem, but my corrupted. Allison Kimberlin asks, how was your 420? I had a good 420. I didn't smoke any weed. I was playing a college show last night, which is why I'm in the United States right now. I played Massachusetts College of Liberal Arts last night, and it was really fun. We played with Moosh and Twist, a band. We played the spring concert for MCLA out in Western Massachusetts, and it was great. It was sweet. I was with the whole band. We were reunited actually for the first time since the Australia tour dates, and it was Kush and Chukudi and Pat and and Max, everybody, Camila. So it was awesome hanging out. We watched the Warriors game last night. Watched the Warriors beat the fucking Pelicans, and that's exciting because everybody in the Bay Area is hoping that this is a big year for the Warriors. So it's awesome. Vicky Morales asks, "Are you playing Warped Tour this year?" No, I am not. I'm not. I mean, their whole lineup is announced already. Hopefully, plan, and this is another tour that I haven't been to, but club dates this summer. So stay tuned for that. But I'm not on Warped to see some of my friends who are on it. Definitely do that. That's gonna be crazy. Okay, this is an interesting question. Okay. Was Cannonball a message to a real person, a love interest perhaps? Cannonball, that's what Jay Bryan asks. Cannonball was the song that closed out the All You Can Do album, and it features Steven Stills. And for those of you who don't know who he is, he's a legendary singer and writer from the folk era, 60s, 70s folk era, who was in a supergroup called Buffalo Springfield, and their biggest song was For What It's Worth, but they're legendary, and he's in Crosby, Stills, and Nash, hence Stills, and also Eleanor Stills is his daughter. So I had that connection, and that's why that was able to happen. And for those of you who see Eleanor Stills on all the photos that were taken on my Facebook page, the album in general was a tribute to my parents. That's why my dad's on the cover and my mom's on the back, and I wanted to connect it across the board, not just in the marketing, but in the sound of the songs to the music that they raised me on. And that's why there's a lot of folk and psychedelic rock influences. And I wanted to have a song that actually featured somebody from that era, so there was a tangible connection between my generation and my parents' generation. And no matter what happens through the years, the decades that passed, that song for me will always be a bridge between me and my peers and my parents and their peers, because me and Steven Stills are the glue holding that together in my mind. And so Cannonball was a song that I really wanted to write because 2013 was a wild year for me, a year that I had my greatest career triumph and my worst career fall and failure, because I had played the Fillmore in April, and that was my dream. Like playing the Fillmore for me was what I'd been dreaming of since I was 15 years old, and I saw a show there for the first time, and I'd been working at that and trying to make the steps that it would take to get there. And finally in 2013, we did it. We played the Fillmore, we sold it out, and it was an amazing night, and I was on the highest of highs. And then in November, the stage dive thing happened, and I was so humiliated. I made such a terrible choice, and it got, rightfully so, such negative backlash to it. And so I was trying to reconcile in my mind this year of like, what does this mean? Like who am I? I worked so hard to get to this place, and I did it. And then this other thing happens, and it was so hard for me to swallow. And so I wanted to write a song that wasn't just, I'm proud of Cardboard Castles, and it really represented where I was at that time. But it had a very specific thrust in the message, which was success at all cost. Not necessarily at hurting people. Obviously, that's not what I'm aiming for, but success, no matter how hard you have to work for it, no matter what sacrifices you have to make in terms of your relationships with your family, you just work and you work and you work and you work. That's the moral of the story. That's where that song comes from. I didn't want to sell my dreams short, and they happened. And then that same work ethic, I think, led to me just grinding too hard and having, I just started to lose perspective. And so Cannonball and All You Can Do was an effort for me to make a little bit of a more nuanced album. And that song specifically spoke to that. It was a song about the relationship between that triumph and that humiliation. And how could these two things coexist in the same person, in the same career, in the same year, within a matter of months from each other? And so I talk about at the beginning of the poem, looking down at the linoleum, and that's the direct aftermath. I was, referring to how I felt after that incident, and and then the second half of the poem. So, there's a refrain in it similar to Tiny Glowing Screens Part 2, where I use the refrain of 7,046,000,000 people on the planet and then twist it slightly. There's the refrain in Cannonball about I can't imagine that I'll ever be happy again. And then the second half of the poem brings it back to I can't imagine that I'll ever be unhappy again. And the idea is that in these moments, I'm unable to see, because of the tunnel vision and how powerful that emotion is in my mind, past the immediacy to the fact that there might be a change, and it might get better or it might get worse. That high is so high and that low is so low that you can't see it changing. And so the first half is about the aftermath of the incident, and the second half is about the night after I played the Fillmore and how that was the greatest night of my life. And I played that show, and then I went and I partied in Golden Gate Park, which is a few blocks from the house that I grew up in San Francisco. And I had a big party with my mom, or my dad was there, and my friends were there. My bus driver was there, and it was this amazing, weird hangout of people from 18 years old to 70 years old, just hanging out in a field in the park near where I grew up. And we hung out until the sun came up. And I was with a girl that I had a huge crush on in high school, and it was just, in that moment, it felt like I'd succeeded, and whatever happened in my life, I would always hold on to that success as something tangible and powerful and proud, that it was just, it defied words for me. And that's what Cannonball's about. And actually, oddly enough, the chorus was written before any of that happened. The chorus was about my bus driver, Paul Hamer, who, when we played Madison, Wisconsin, he jumped into the crowd, and he's a really big man. He's like 250 pounds or something. And he went crowd surfing in Madison. And I've seen daisies hold cannonballs above them was about my big fat bus driver crowd surfing on a bunch of like young people who were able to hold up this big guy. And I wrote that chorus about that it seemed so unlikely to me for that to happen, but it did. And that was going to be a song on my album. And then the incident happened with the stage dive. And then I was going to take it off my album because it felt so insensitive for me to write about it. But then I decided again to include it, and to include it with the chorus being ironic, and to actually address the incident head on in the poem, and to try and make sense of it. So, the chorus existing ironically in the poem, trying to deal with what that meant about me. And yeah, love interest was part of it too, part of the night after the Fillmore.
Also really good.
Ryan Pastor Sack asks, or Pastor Cack.
Commentary.
Sorry, if I pronounce your last name wrong, I owe you a quarter if you come to the next show. Call me on that. Will you release a mixtape of the songs that didn't make All You Can Do? Yes, I think so. I have a lot of songs. I have a lot of song fragments that I think are really worth putting out, that I don't want to scrap completely, but aren't good enough yet to release. So in the next few months, I'm going to start seeing which of those I could rewrite verses and make them strong enough that I think would be worth actually releasing. But I don't want to release anything that's weaker than I think you guys deserve, because after doing 2 albums that I'm really proud of, before that I did 2 mixtapes that I really liked, but I churned them out much faster. There's songs and verses on it that I think are really creative, but the audio quality's a lot lower, and it took us a lot less time to actually make those mixtapes, and I don't want to dip down in quality ever again. If I put something out from here on out, I don't want it to dip below a bar that I've felt like I've set for myself. And I don't want you guys to ever get a project from me and feel like, oh man, you really phoned that one in. So if I do release a mixtape of the songs, then it's gonna be something that I feel like if they're mediocre songs, even if they might have been good 2 mixtapes ago, you're not gonna hear them, because I want to put out stuff I'm proud of. But I do have a lot of stuff that's on the back burner that I'm gonna try whipping into shape. And I have a lot of material and I have a lot of ideas. Adrian asks, what album are you most proud of? Obviously, All You Can Do, because that's the most recent one. Nah, like, I'm proud of all my albums. It's such as a corny answer, but like, All You Can Do represents who I am most recently, and I like it because it feels closest to me right now, closest to where my head is at. It's a little bit more of a mature album, I think, than Cardboard Castles. But where Cardboard Castles represented exactly where I was when I wrote Cardboard Castles. You know, I was new in LA. I was really, really, like in that headspace, and I might be there again. But where I feel right now more than Cardboard Castles is that what's more valuable than achieving your dream is achieving your dream plus having a balanced life where you get to value your relationships with your family and your friends and live a healthy life and try and achieve happiness. And I think this is hinted at on Cardboard Castles, but even more explicit on All You Can Do, which is that climbing the ladder of career does not lead to happiness. And there's so many rappers out there that their entire message, their entire brand is based around being the greatest of all time. And I just don't believe in that. I can't make myself believe in that. Even if that's what people want to hear, I don't believe that there is a greatest of all time. And even if there was a way to be the greatest of all time, I don't think it's worth it. Like, why would it be worth it to have an unhappy life and to have the people and to isolate yourself from the people around you so you can be the best at something? That being the best is great, and even being second best is great. And I don't think you should ever try and work less than your best or try and cut corners or be lazy. But you have to be a human being too, and that's what All You Can Do is really about. And before that, the Watsky album too. I mean, I go back and I listen to that, and anytime I listen to old material and even current material, there's stuff that makes me cringe or that I'm embarrassed of. But there's a lot of moments on the Watsky album that I'm really proud of that I look back on. There's the song Waking Hour that I'm like, man, I wrote a song about performance anxiety in college. Like, I'm happy I did that. And most of the songs feel really honest to me on that one. So really only Invisible Ink I go back and I look at and I feel like I was really trying to be someone else on the album. And I think in some ways that's the musically adventurous album I've ever released. But in terms of my verses on it, I was really influenced by the other music I was listening to at the time, the other rappers I was listening to, and I can feel myself, my personality getting lost in it a little bit. If you haven't heard it, Invisible Ink, INC, is an entire jazz hip-hop album that I put out in 2007, and it's out on iTunes. It's a jazz hip-hop band trio that I had with my cousin Max, who's still in my band, and Daniel at the time. Full LP of my stuff that came out in 2007. This one's been up there for a while, so I'm gonna answer it. Sam asks, just wanted to ask, what recreational stuff did you, apart from writing or reading, do to help you in your poetry and music? That helped me? I mean, I don't know, like all the stuff that I've done makes it into my music. I played baseball in high school and I love baseball, hence the song Dent in the Moon. Reading, apart from reading and writing. I don't know, I rollerbladed a lot, but I don't know if I put that in any of my music, did I? Fruit booter is in one of my poems. In Drunk Text Message to God, I talk about being a fruit booter, which is what skateboarders call rollerbladers when they're being assholes. And I bladed when I was in high school, and I still do. Still have the same pair of rollerblades. And I took them on Warped Tour too. I figured everyone would be skateboarding and I would be like the rollerblader dude. I did it a couple times in the parking lot. Other recreational stuff. I used to salsa dance. I took a year off after high school and I went to salsa lessons every week for a year. But I don't think there's anything about salsa dancing in my music, which is definitely a mistake. Gotta make that happen. Other recreational stuff. I go to a lot of movies, go to a lot of concerts. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much it that I can think of off the top of my head. I'm sure there's other stuff, but it's not occurring to me right now. Other than buying albums and coming to shows, what can we do to support your act? Grace Creelman asks. That's very nice of you. I feel like your job is to do what you want. If you feel compelled to buy an album or a t-shirt, then that's great. You know what I can ask you to do? We have 325 viewers right now. Grace Creelman has asked what people can do to support my act, and I'm going to give you something very specific that you can do to help me. In terms of you helping me in most ways, just do what you want. If you want to come to my concert, that's great. My job is to do what I can to provide you something that you want. It's my job to make good music for you and put on good shows that you want to come to. So don't worry about what you can do for me. It's my job to make good shit that you want to consume. I appreciate you want to do more. And what you can do for me in this exact moment, I'm telling all 327 people here or whoever's listening in the future, my one greatest request right now, as you open a browser window and do this, don't do it later because you'll forget, is to buy this. Oh, wait, that's not the book I wanted to hold up. This is the book I wanted to hold up. This is my father's new poetry collection, and it came out yesterday. Why my dad put out a book on 420 when he doesn't smoke weed, I have no fucking idea. But he did, and he's been working on it for a long time. It's called Walk Up Music. I'm incredibly proud of it. Me as a 7-year-old is included in a lot of the poems in it. And I'm gonna read you the Kirkus review that it got, and then I'm gonna type the link for it. I'll tell you the link for it somehow. Let's see. It got a really awesome review from Kirkus Reviews that I'm so proud of. Which, was one of my dad's first real high-profile reviews. And this was just recently. He put out another book before that. But let's see. Watsky, Kirkus Review says, does the work of 10 poets in this excellent slim collection. An avid baseball fan, Watsky, not me, Paul Watsky, writes gorgeously of his passion for America's pastime. To borrow a term from the sport, he's a utility player. Watsky handles multiple positions with equal dexterity and skill. In fact, there's not much he can't do. That's a goddamn good review. Ooh, okay. Mitchell Royski just posted up a link to the book. Everybody thumbs up that right now so you can see it. Actually, I'm gonna select this and it's gonna appear at the top. Look at that. That link is up in the top right hand of your browser window. This is, I'm so proud. There's also a deal right now, a brief deal on that book plus his previous collection, telling the difference that you can get for 20% off for a limited time if you buy it. But that's my only request to you. Buy my dad's poetry collection. I'm gonna leave that up for a while so you can think about it. I'll start answering other questions, but I'm gonna leave Mitchell's link to my dad's collection at the Fisher King website. You can buy that straight through the website. Cash or money order or gold bullion, however you want to pay. And I'll move on. So Cassandra M asks, do you ever think you'll bring back your YouTube series in the future? Maybe. I got that YouTube series that Watsky's making an album through a really strange and brief deal that YouTube made to all these content creators in Los Angeles, where they pumped millions of dollars into these production studios. And I got a deal to they just gave me $100,000 to make each season of that series. And that doesn't happen, because YouTube series don't generate $100,000 of ad revenue. That's why it was on that other channel. And I got to have a really high production value on it because of that. And I don't know if I'm gonna get that opportunity again, and I'm not really eager to spend $100,000 of my own money to make a YouTube series. But I am really interested in doing narrative comedy and doing screenwriting. So if you guys stick with me throughout, my creative life, which I plan to do throughout my regular life, that's gonna be something I do in the future. I have a lot of screenplay ideas. That takes a long time to work a screenplay through the pipeline, but that's something that I want to do. Alyssa asks again, when buying your albums off Google Play or iTunes, how much of a profit often actually goes back to you if that isn't a rude question to ask? No, I don't think that's a rude question to ask. I have a pretty good deal through an independent record label, and that means that they get a percentage of my album sales. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but I'll try and in my head do a rough breakdown of how much I might make. So if you say you pay $10 for an album, iTunes takes a little cut, my manager takes a little cut, and I'm probably making $5 or $6 an album going into my pocket. Maybe 5 is more likely because I have to pay percentages to other people who collaborated on the album. So if you pay $10 for an album on iTunes, I'm probably getting 5 of it, which is a lot better than some artists. Some artists that get huge advance deals, they don't make anything off their albums, or they have percentage deals with major labels that give them like 15% profit of their own album. And I don't have a deal like that. I have a deal that gives me the vast majority of my own album, and I own the intellectual property. So it's not like a big label where if you buy my stuff on iTunes, it's just going into thin air. It's a lot of it's going back to me. And if it's not going directly back to me, it's going to other people who deserve it. It's an indie label that does my stuff, and they do a lot of work, and they don't have a particularly good percentage on my album. I have a better deal than they do, so they deserve to make money too. Vicky Morales asks if I'm planning on going to any other universities. I don't know if you mean to perform or to study. Yeah. I'm done studying. I've been through that. I went to a lot of school and graduated. And
Inbound?
I'm in the school of life now. But in
So
terms
yeah, eat a
of
little
playing
and
schools,
loadable.
I mean,
Oh, damn it, don't do that.
I realized early on that
make money too.
What's this? Play this.
Shout out to _invisible_erased for rating me. Welcome to the cloud.
Gloves.
I'm
Ladies
not
and
the
gentlemen,
Asian guy.
we have some
What?
aid.
We're still fighting the ads.
we are playing the game.
We are
still
trying to
playing
the game.
They're ads.
We're still trying to finish the boss.
They're ads. You're fine.
Okay, stop please.
They're ads. You're fine. You need to take a deep breath.
All right.
Just like you did.
Oh, keeps his air up.
He's fine.
Yeah.
It was 100% my fault.
It's an invisible raid, but the streamer's not here. I go to bed at night. I've been awake 23 hours. That grind was on. Oh my god. God. I appreciate you raiding in. Sorry I wasn't here. I was getting cereal. I hope you have a good rest. Guys, if you haven't checked out Goth, go check out Goth. He'd be playing the World of Warcraft. Fuck, I feel bad. .420 rating too is pretty swag. Hell yeah. I need to smoke still. Welcome in, Bella. I'm eating cereal. It's pretty swag. We were watching an interview. I'm gonna continue watching it, but I want to eat a little bit first. I got peanut butter checks. What are you doing? Isn't it late for you? We spent the beginning of stream just going through like finishing setting up our who's that Pokemon because we transferred it to work different. And now we're watching rap interviews / Q&As. It's really late. I've been having a lot of nightmares. Oh, that sucks. I am sorry to hear that. Natalia, you're here? Well, hell yeah. Hopefully that goes away. This is George Watsky. It's in an interviews playlist, but it's this one's just like him doing his own Q&A.
Vicky Morales asks if I'm planning on going to any other universities. I don't know if you mean to perform or to study. I'm done studying. I've been through that. I went to a lot of school and I graduated. And I'm in the school.
Also
of life
happy
now.
for 20.
But in terms of playing schools. I mean, I played college last night. It's really for playing colleges. It's who books me. A campus activity board just needs to reach out to my agent and try and book us. It costs money. It's expensive to fly a full band somewhere across the country, and I play with a full band, so it's not as easy as bringing me and a DJ out. But you know, if a campus activity board is truly interested in bringing us out, all they have to do is email my agent, and I do those all the time. I love to. Hi from Czech. Hello to the Czech Republic. Justin Walker says, "What do you mean book project?" I got a deal from Penguin and Penguin / Random House. Penguin specifically to do a series of essays, comedy, autobiographical comedy essays.
And I'm trying to
pitched it like a David Sedaris style book.
Information from
I
these.
turned in the first draft already. I'm working on the second draft right now. I'm hoping it'll be good. But I'm trying to broaden out and do something that's new and exciting and challenges me creatively. And
there've been a lot of lame questions.
Piece of work. So I'm working on that, and you'll probably not hear a lot about it from me until we actually know when it's going to get released. But that is something that I'm actively working on. Actively have a deal for. A year ago, over a year ago, I started thinking about it and really aggressively pursued a publishing deal. I wrote a book proposal and submitted it through an agent to a lot of different publishing companies and got a bite from Penguin, which a really reputable publishing house, and I have an editor, and I'm doing it. I'm really excited.
Banned from Q&As? Why?
I'm gonna answer maybe one or two more questions, and then I'm gonna have to go because I'm getting on a plane back to the UK. Will I be making any more appearances in epic rap battles? Maybe. Yeah, I'm down. If they ask me to do it, I'm gonna be really, really interested. It's just a matter of who they want to play. What I really loved about getting to do Shakespeare and Edgar Allan Poe is I got to do these literary characters of incredible stature, and it was so fun for me to try and emulate their voices. And I did that Doctor Who cameo too, but that was more just a little thing. Like, to me, the Poe and the Shakespeare ones were so fun because I got to really try and become their voices and figure out what their rhyme scheme and rhythmic patterns were. And
he rapped
I would be really interested in doing another author again. I don't know who's left really, who has a really unique, very instantly recognizable style like that. Maybe nobody who's that famous, but maybe I could do Ernest Hemingway or something. That would be really, really fun for me. Try and think of someone like that. I had a question of people who asked if I had any advice for people who are having trouble finding their creative drive, well, yes, I do. The biggest problem with the advice that I give is it's often super broad and sounds cliche because it's the advice that I was given, and it's true. They're true cliches, and like if you're having trouble finding your drive, and whether that means finding something to be passionate about or just finding the drive to actually follow through on doing something, like really picking up the pen and actually putting it down to paper, or if you started a poem or a song, finishing the song or editing it to make it to the point where it's where it needs to be. I think that achieving a little taste of being successful first helps so much. You can, if you have that positive feedback, you can see where it goes, and you never get the positive feedback unless you push yourself through the part that really sucks and is really uncomfortable. So at the beginning, it's the fake it till you make it policy. It's just, if you don't feel like you have confidence, you kind of just have to try and act that way and just put yourself into social situations that you would find uncomfortable otherwise. Just put yourself out there, raise your hand, and put yourself in new uncomfortable situations, and then you're probably going to find that those uncomfortable situations become a little more comfortable, whether it's hanging out with people that would normally be intimidating for you, or signing up for an open mic, or an opportunity at school, or trying out for a play or anything like that. I just really encourage you to not let the little voice in the back of your head say not to do it just because you're worried about the fallouts from failure, because failure, we hype it up in our mind to be such a devastating thing.
I don't have this problem. My ego is too
it's
high.
It's a fact of life. And so I would say that's one thing. Just raise your hand, and you have to push yourself through uncomfortable periods. That's something that my acting teacher said all the time, was get comfortable being uncomfortable. And when you're a performer, you're in uncomfortable situations all the time. You're meeting new people, going to new venues, you're staying at a different place every night, you're having to adjust to unfamiliar circumstances and weather and stuff like that. And so that's one thing. In terms of getting passionate about something, if you feel like you don't have that one thing that you think is your calling or that you've really been into yet, you can't really force it. You just have to try and absorb as much stuff as you can. And if you like art, then listen to albums, go to shows. My biggest inspiration always is other people's work, is to not stay in when I have the option to go to a show, to go to a great concert, or to see a great film, or to listen to a good album, or to read a great book. You have to do those things. And that doesn't mean you're gonna plagiarize that person. It just means you're gonna see how affecting great art can be. And those are my two pieces of advice, is just to absorb as much art as possible, and to put yourself out there and not let your voice in the back of your mind say not to. And then in terms of finishing projects, if you have a piece started or you can't get yourself to actually, you're just procrastinating on a piece, that's tough. That's just procrastinating in general. I procrastinate so much when I'm working. I'll like work on 10 pages of something, and in between I'll watch an entire season of a Netflix show. I may get like 1 page done and then watch 2 episodes of Better Call Saul. And in that time, like 3/4 of my time was watching Better Call Saul, and 1/4 of it was writing. But I don't allow myself to stop writing. Like, you can reward yourself, and don't follow that exact pattern, because that's not great advice, but in some way, if you're rewarding yourself, just make sure you hold yourself accountable and keep doing it, because you're the only person who's going to hold yourself accountable for the amount of work you do, and you just have to push through it. That's all I can say. Thank you guys for joining me and listening to this.
This is the last long one, I think. No, there's another. Well, and it's not
America's
even
school system has been
so
stuck
long.
inside
That
the
was like
same
an
structure,
hour, but
that
this is
world
like
has begun to
17.
change. By embracing the best ideas
Another
from a
15
myriad of
and another
disciplines, we are
15.
transforming the shape of education. Welcome
And
to
then the rest are like 5-minuters.
Reimagine education.
I might make it through this playlist tonight.
It's the end of a very long week. I'm sitting in the 30th row of a 747 from Dallas to Los Angeles. The captain has signaled our final descent. My seat back has returned to the upright position. My tray table has been
Is this
chosen.
Slam? forget if he did this as Slam or
I'm
not.
finally going home. When a gurgle under my seat buckle tells me that lunch is gearing up for a second appearance. A frantic search teaches me that Delta Airlines doesn't regularly restock seat pockets with sick bags. So I do the only logical thing I can think of and try to MacGyver my Sky Mall catalog into a makeshift haversack. But before I can crease the outside edge, my body betrays me. Which means that I'm sitting there, wearing my stomach acid as a loose tuxedo, while the entire plane, including the hot girls across the aisle, whisper and gag, necks craned as we make our torturous descent into LAX, and then as the entire jumbo jet deplanes slowly around me. A thought crosses my mind. How do you not restock a plane with sick bags, you incompetent airlines? I'm giving my plastic wings back! And then a second thought crosses my mind. I think this story's good enough for Cosmo. Well, full body euphoria, but this is my father's family and my complaint. The thing that I want to talk about happened in 8th grade, and the bullet point.
He's doing this as Slam.
Hi, I'm Dave from BoyInABand.com, and recently I got the chance to interview one of my
Next.
favourite rappers, George Watsky. For those who don't know, Watsky is, well, I feel really obnoxious using the descriptive term wordsmith.
It's great.
But screw it,
Slam's
it fits.
great,
An awesome
but
wordsmith. He's an accomplished poet and
not
rapper
what
that
we're
has
here
earned a
for.
huge following on YouTube, partly as a result of his huge hit video Pale Kid Raps Fast, and starring as Shakespeare in the epic rap battles of history, and I freaking love his wordplay. I recently got the chance to interview him backstage at the Old Vic Tunnels in London, a freaking cool venue incidentally, to get some first-hand advice from the guy that should be useful to anyone who writes, raps, or is having trouble with the ladies.
BoyInABand.com, next to maybe sex.com, is probably one of the most amazing places on the internet to be.
Wait, it's that guy?
If you
Oh, goodness,
are
I
not
mean,
in that kind of mood right now, you should be at Boy.
Hey fangirls, it's Potter Big Parodies here, and recently we got to interview George Watsky. We interviewed him on his Manchester tour day in the All You Can Do
Dude,
tour.
what? You can really feel the 10 years ago energy.
This is just a short interview with George Watsky. I'm Grace. And I'm Tallulah. And the first question is, how is this world tour going so far?
It's going well. This is the All You Can Do tour, and this is show 10, I believe. We're just playing Europe first. So,
Brit mic quality.
Copenhagen, we did a couple shows on the continent. We did Paris, and then we did London. We played Birmingham last night, and everything's been going really well. Only hang up is that our bags got lost on our way into the country, so we had to deal without having our instruments and our luggage, our clothes for the first week of the shows. But we got our bags back in Paris, and it was, exciting. We made do with the stuff that we had at first, and the crowds have been great everywhere. People have been really supportive, and we're having a ton of fun. Yeah.
So, what do you do to get inspiration?
Well, I have a lot of different things I do. One of my favorite things to do is go to other people's shows and read. I think that a lot of times as an artist you get really
That's a
wrapped
really
up
solid
in
question,
your
so,
own head
okay.
and thinking that you have to be a bubble and you have to just hold yourself up in your room and just bang your head against the wall until you come up with something good. But I think that sometimes the best way to really get out of your box and become more creative and move in a new direction is to see other people's stuff. Most writers get into it, most performers, most artists, because we're inspired by someone else. And I think that if we forget to take inspiration in, then our work can become stagnant. So I'm really in favor of always go to other people's shows, read books, watch videos, listen to albums. That's, I think, the best way to get inspired.
So, which music video that you've done was most fun to film?
That's hard to say. I've done a lot that I've really liked the production process of. One of them that is particularly near and dear to my heart, even though it never became really popular, was the fireworks video from Cover Castles, which I wasn't even in. I directed it, but I wasn't in the video at all. And it was just ice melting and then exploding in slow motion. And it was like a sculpture project, pretty much. It was just working
getting
with ice,
drum
figuring
bomb.
out how we could mold it.
Why does this happen in so many? It's like, oh, they're doing sound check. Time to go do a fucking interview in the room right next door.
It's like a science project. I had a lot of fun doing that one.
That's very cool. So, what was your first gig like?
First show ever. I'm trying to remember what my first show ever was. It was probably like a school play or something. But in terms of my first music gig, I did 4 years of spoken word poetry before I was able to play as a headlining musician. So I had a whole career before this concert playing started. And the first time that I played a music show with me actually like on the marquee and playing my own fans was Arizona in 2012. And I was really nervous because I'd never done a headlining show with a band before. And I just remember before we drove to Arizona the night before, there was a big party at my house, but I was so nervous I couldn't even really hang out. And I was like throwing up in the bathroom. I didn't know if people would like it or show up to the show. And I really wanted it to succeed. And when it did, it was really a relief to me. So now I don't feel quite the same amount of butterflies, but I still get a little nervous before the show because I want it to go well. But that was my first music show, Tempe, Arizona, 2012.
After the stage dive fiasco at the Warped Tour last year, how did the sudden and mostly negative attention affect you, and how did you deal with it?
Well, it was very uncomfortable. I felt terrible about it, and it still affects me. I have tried to just address it in my music and not run away from it. Answer questions like the ones you're asking me right now and not just like sweep it under the rugs. My album, All You Can Do, addresses it very explicitly on like a few of the songs. The title track, All You Can Do, the whole second half of the song is about it. My song, Ink Don't Bleed, is about it. The last song on the album, Cannonball, is about it. For people who want a really in-depth like look into my thought process behind it, you can check those songs out for free on YouTube. The answer is I felt terrible about it. I made a bad decision I can't get back, and that's it. I don't really have anything else to say for myself.
Drone soundtrack is so
I
fun.
that decision back, but I can't, so I'm trying to make the best I can out of that situation.
So what are the best lyrics you've ever written?
Best lyrics I've ever written? It's hard to say. Most of the other people will be the judge of that, but I have a couple favorites. I'm proud of the song Wounded Healer that I wrote, even though it's a really simple one, because I thought that it was an honest song about dealing with a tragedy in my family, and it's something that I keep coming back to and wanting to play over and over again at shows because it resonated with me. I'm proud of a line at the end of a song of my self-titled album, All You Can Do, or not All You Can Do, Everything Turns Gold. The last line of my verse in that song is, I ate dirt as a baby, I did it for the flavor. In a couple of years, I'll let the dirt return the favor. I always like that line about like the circular nature of life.
So there are a lot of rappers who've gone into acting, and you obviously have acting experience. Is this an area you wish to pursue?
I'd like to do acting again at some point. I studied acting in school. It's hard to say. I want to be a writer ultimately. I would rather create work.
I think what that happens is there's like a culture of these venues will have different people attached to them that do interviews. So when artists come to do shows, they'll be like, hey, while we're doing sound check, or just real quick, do this real quick, or whatever the fuck.
When you have to censor a song or
I mean, you think you could just go outside though.
do you think it ruins the artistic integrity, or is it kind of something you have to do and it doesn't really affect the lyrics themselves?
One of the reasons that I changed my approach to censoring material on this album, so on Carver Castles we did a lot of lyric replacements where I would go in and I would try and come up with whole different phrases, different words, so that there weren't a bunch of gaps and pauses that people would hear when the swearing was happening. And on this one we just did drops, so that people could hear that they weren't hearing the way that it was actually meant to be presented, and that it was still in a format that was technically not explicit, so that if a parent wants to play for their kids, they can sort of do so with a clear conscience. So I think it's good to put it out, and one of the main reasons I do the clean albums, my mom's an elementary school librarian, and she wants to be able to play my material for her class of elementary school kids. And I figure if a parent wants to play their stuff with their kids around, my stuff with their kids around, and I think that a lot of the things in my music that's more disturbing and
this is
difficult to present to children are like reflections
let's see,
of
11 years
talent,
ago.
dying, getting older, sex, those are complicated conversations.
2014. 2014 was the last year you could get away with this
Those
interview.
are conversations that are harder to have with your kid than like, what does the F word mean, So to me, my material
This audio quality.
for 8 or 9-year-olds, if a parent chooses to present it to their kids, that's their decision as a parent, and they can give them the clean album and they can explain what's missing, or they can play it for them and not explain it. That's their parental decision. The 2 albums.
Maybe a stage mic
Clearly, the
too.
explicit one is the way that I originally intended.
But that kind of makes sense because they're at a venue.
It's a desecration of the heart to have the second version of it.
Well, we've got scene now, and we've got some props for it.
Actually, I wonder if they are
basically,
speaking on
we've
it.
got a picture of you morphed with someone that you've collaborated with.
I wonder if it's actually like speakering that, because that echo is a little weird. Like, she's not yelling that loud. There's no way that room's that fucking echoey. Like, that's sharp as fuck.
Yeah. Best memory of collaborating with her? It's hard to say. I've done a lot of stuff with her. I know her from the poetry slam scene in San Francisco. I've known her for probably 10 years. Her brother is my drummer, truly. She'd see her all the time. So that was from the Kill Hipster video probably. But I've done a lot of stuff with Shinaka and had a lot of good memories with her. That is dumbfounded. This is strange. Dumbfounded was on our he was on our Carver Castles tour. Played that whole tour with us, and that's my fondest memory of him, is playing that whole tour with them. Yeah, this one, I can actually tell what this one is off the bat.
It's strange. Would you like a clue?
Sure, I'll take a clue.
And the Carver Castles tour is
Is that Dylan?
Yeah.
I don't see so much
You
Dylan
like the
now.
acoustic in the room, it's just very weird. Yeah, it's like...
That looks a lot like
This audio is goofball as fuck. Hey.
With Dylan? I did a musical with him after we graduated high school. We were probably 18 years old, and I played drums. We both grew up together in San Francisco, and he was singing it. It was a James Taylor musical retrospective, and Darren Chris.
This is a low view video too. It's only at 2.6K for being that long ago, even though they got Watsky.
Show back when we were in high school, so it was pretty cool.
Imagine they're a low budget operation. We love wax. Sorry, drums in the background. Right.
That looks like Kate Nash. There's some very distinct Kate Nash. Yeah, my only real collaboration with her was the Hey Asshole video, so I would have to say that's my best memory of collaborating with her, but it's great to see her around, friends with her sisters and people in the band, so yeah.
Right, we have a quick fire now, but it's with a twist. So when you were in like elementary school, did you ever do something called the 5 W's?
No, I've never heard that. Oh, who, what, where, when, and why?
Yeah, that's correct. So we have some quick fire questions. So for the first question, it's what ski do you think is your biggest achievement?
So wait, this is who, what, when, why, where, and why of my biggest achievement?
No, just what, and then we've got different questions.
Oh, okay. What is my biggest achievement? It's hard to say. I won the Asian American Star Search at San Francisco State University in San Francisco when I was 19 years old.
Okay. Who ski would you like to collaborate with?
I'd love to do, my fans keep asking for me to do a song with Bo Burnham. That'd be cool one to do. I know he's down, we just have to find the right
It
song.
hasn't happened.
Why ski? Did you
It's
start
never
writing?
gonna happen.
I love spoken word poetry because it's a combination of performance art and writing. It's a rare piece of art. I guess music is another one of them, but where you really have to be talented as a performer, a theatrical performer, and as a writer. It's really like a solo performance kind of thing, and I love that you just have to bring so much of yourself to it.
When ski were you happiest?
When was I happiest? Maybe when I was 8 years old, before the cruel, crushing weight of the world descended on me. Yeah, I go up and down all the time. I have lots of really happy memories. You know, life is a roller coaster. I'm not a person who gets too high or too low all the time. I don't descend into depressions for long periods of time because I tend to
Say Bo Burnham? Yeah, they're friends. He said that in multiple interviews, and there's like every 2 years, their Twitter conversation will pop back up and be in circulation, where they're like, oh, we should collab. Oh, we should collab.
Moment that I was happiest, but I get them every week.
Where ski would you like to perform in the future?
But that was like fucking. I mean, like he's saying this 11 years ago. It still hasn't happened.
South America, and I want to see the world, so I'm really excited to be playing India on the end of this tour. That was just booked kind of as a, see if we can go out there and play a few shows. Why not? I don't think I have a huge following there, but it would be fun to do. I want to explore, and so yeah, Scandinavia, Iceland, those are on my list. Portugal, those are all places I'm hoping to add to the next tour we do.
So this is not part of the quick fire, but
one type of person. I think that's why sometimes it's tough to pigeonhole me in one way, because there's people who are like from fandom communities, and then there's people who are like the jocks at their school, and it's just like a total mix of different people, poetry fans and kids and their parents who like my poetry, so I can't really pin it down. Yeah.
And the final question is, a mysterious man descends from the sky. He grants you the ability to see into the future for just a few moments. What is the future of Watsky?
I hope that I'm just doing this still. I don't know if I'll be rapping, but I hope
It's
I'll be
Burnham.
for the rest of my life. I hope I'm happy. Maybe I'll fall in love. It doesn't really matter to me if I'm rich or not, as long as I'm supporting myself. And
I love him too. Yeah, it's a stack of 3 books over there, literally. Hold
what I
on.
love, people that I care about. Oh, nice.
These 2 are How to Ruin Everything by that guy.
One right now? Just a random one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is Egghead by Bo Burnham.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, I like it. Rich Rough Pie. I wanted it to be a little English, so there you go. It's official. Rich Rough Pie.
The next album by Rich Pie.
Sounds good. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Lovely gift. I appreciate it. Thank you for talking.
Burnham, yeah.
Have a great day.
Yeah, we're looking for
Thank you guys.
tonight as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Cool.
We're looking forward to it.
I've been a fan of Bo since like the YouTube days.
I'm Nils Montan, his tour manager, for sorting everything out. Over here, you can buy tickets.
What is some of the music that really means that to you right now?
Oh, this was okay. This is
I shouldn't even say.
this is an interview we already watched, but I think we didn't watch the whole thing. I guess it's probably chopped up.
Music like poetry.
Could be anything. I mean, honestly, the spoken
This
word
one was
stuff
good.
was the shit that hit me in that way when I got into it. Like I'm always a kid who listened to hip hop from when I was in middle school, and I went to like Ludacris was my first ever concert. This is the poster that I'm gonna try and get Ludacris.
Girl
to
in
sign
Pink is
for me
Helen.
when I
They both felt very awkward. And you know, I don't blame them. This is the only person that has starstruck me. They did meet and greet at the 2 shows that I went to, and yeah,
So like that was one of the ways that I decided to get into being a performer. But the spoken word shit was the stuff that like moved me. And I mean, they're not as mainstream artists, but like Saul Williams, Bosia,
So I get it,
Black
some.
Dot, like all the guys that were on Def Poetry Jam when it first came out. When I saw that shit, it blew my mind, and it changed the trajectory of my life forever.
Yeah. We were talking about live shows where like Bosia is someone who I saw, and like that was the most rock star.
He's
shit.
really, really nice too, and like really like
Speakers, sides of stages.
wants to make the fans happy type shit. Like the
Honestly, if I were to think of like the biggest
I didn't even need to pay for meet and greet at like either of those shows. He tends to stick around after shows and just talk to everybody, and then just like sign shit or whatever.
Like Bo is like me. He's kind of a he could be a
The
shy
fucking
person,
Bo came up again.
kind of neurotic guy, but like when he gets on stage, it's like a fuck you conversation, or maybe it's a
rock star shit. Like he would jump off of like speakers, sides of stages.
Bosia is like.
Oh, this is a
honestly,
different
if I were to think
person.
of, like the biggest influences on who I am as a performer and an artist. It's like Eminem and Bosia, or maybe Busta Rhymes and Bosia, because everything that I got from that like Bo is like me. He's kind of he could be a shy person in conversation. He'd be kind of neurotic guy, but like when he gets on stage, it's like a fuck you. Like he's holding his nuts and like he goes up like a rock star. Like he'll look at the crowd and raise his eyebrow, and they'll burst into a new round of applause. It fucking is crazy. Bo's stage presence is ridiculous, and I modeled myself after that shit. It's like if you want to, it's the Sasha Fierce shit. Like you create your own persona on stage, and for anyone who knows Bosia's poetry, like that dude is fucking crazy.
Yeah. Do you feel like you've developed the persona now? Like
I honestly think I've gone backwards from it. Like if you look at my old spoken word videos, they're more like that Bosia shit. Like the shit I got on Def Poetry for. It's like you deliver a line and then you stare the audience down and you like dare them to not like you. Now my shit is like it's less like that. I think it's more a version of myself.
Yeah.
Although sometimes I think about that and I'm like, man, fuck, I should do that on stage. I get more. It works.
Yeah. No, exactly. But I always keep saying like.
Wait, let me ask you something. Who
Sweeter 16 magazine here with Watts. Can you tell us a little bit about your music?
Sure. So
This
I
almost
do
seems like a warp
alternative hip-hop.
show.
I play with a live band, and the way that I got into live performance was through spoken word poetry. So when I was 19 years old, I was on an old TV show called Def Poetry Jam, which used to be on HBO, and then after that I spent like 5 years touring for my poetry. So my music's kind of a combination of, it's very like dense lyrically, kind of humorous, but also switches between silly and serious stuff, a lot of really fast-paced rapping, but with a really funky live band in the background that plays kind of funk and jazz influenced hip hop.
So, what's the biggest thing about being on a Warped Tour? Is this your first year?
Yeah, it's my first year on Warped Tour.
Okay, so what
It
is
is a
your
warp show.
How have you enjoyed it? And what are the ups and downs? There we go. Ups and downs of Warped Tour.
Warped Tour's great. It's this awesome opportunity to get in front of a lot of people who otherwise wouldn't see your music and make a lot of friends with bands who, there's no reason that we would be intersecting with a lot of like punk and melodic hardcore and screamo bands and other places, because we don't work in that
I went to
space.
one
That's
Warped
not
and it was so
the
awesome,
genre we play
and I'm
with.
glad
There's
I
so many
did.
cool people
They
playing great
died.
music outside of kind of our core that we've gotten to hang out with and make a connection with, so that's been awesome. It's a grind though, you get up at like 7 in the morning every day and you're working until you get to bed at night, and then you're just driving to the next city, getting up and doing it all over again 42 times in a row. So it's more physically stressful than a normal tour. But then you see also like people who are the roadies and people working the stage and stuff, folks that are doing the vending that work 10 times as hard as the artists do. So it puts things in perspective, and it's really it's demanding, but I think it's totally worth it. I've had a great time so far.
So, being a lyricist, what is your favorite lyric out of your favorite?
Of my own or somebody else's?
Of your own.
Kind of tough to say like what my
How about
favorite
at the
stuff of
moment?
myself at the moment.
Just at the moment.
There's a lyric in a song called "Everything Turns Gold" that I'm proud of. That I think is on a song that not a lot of people have heard of mine, but I'm proud of. It's I ate dirt as a baby. I did it for the flavor. In a couple years, I'll let the dirt return the favor. It's learned about the circle of life, and we all go back to the earth. Something I like to remind myself about a lot. To be grateful for what we have every day. Get up and appreciate the present moments. You don't know how long you have to be here.
Very positive message.
My goal in life is to go to a music festival before I die. Case.
We don't live a very rockstar life on our bus. There's a lot of
They
bands
did
that party every day. We're like early to bed, early to rise. I'm not even drinking at all at the moment, and so I've done Warped
I
Tour
don't know
sober
if there's
pretty much.
really been a festival that I've seen that like brings together a lineup like Warped did that made me really want to go. Like you would go if we walked up to the schedule board right at the beginning, and like my whole day was just set immediately. You just sit there and choose what you want for the next half hour between 5 bands, and
I'm a workaholic, and I think it's why we've been able to get to the point where
you just do that for a whole day. And every single one of those groups of 5 had something in it that was worth seeing.
When I get home, I'm working on the next album. I'm a DIY artist originally, so I do a lot of my own video production.
Maybe like a
I
fucking
do all my social media stuff, and it's a full-time job.
Camp Vlog Knob might be cool.
How we're going to position ourselves to be able to succeed when we come to places like Warped and draw a big crowd and have our album do well, and so I'm working a lot.
So, if there's a tour going around, what's the tour that you're going to go see this?
Man, one of my first concerts that I ever went to was Jurassic 5. I grew up on hip-hop and like indie hip-hop music, and they did a reunion tour this summer. I think I missed it actually, but they hadn't played together for like 10 years or something, and they toured around again, and I'm bummed I missed that one.
Camera angle choice is kind of awkward here.
I mean, I love Childish Gambino right now. He's awesome. I missed his
Never ever been to one, so
We're on the
definitely
road so much,
want
we
to
don't get
go
to go
and
see a
just
lot of
experience
live music.
something.
I saw my
No, that's
buddy
fair.
Kate Nash, who's a British singer-songwriter. She played in LA. I saw her recently. She's awesome. So much
Find more and more I get pickier and pickier about concerts. Like my grandpa was really into music, so he'd always be buying concert tickets and then just randomly take us to random ass shows. But I didn't really have like a music taste at the time, and I wasn't going except for like a handful of artists that like I wasn't getting to go to shows for. So
And so yeah, being a drummer, getting music.
at the beginning it was like
But I'm not like
a lot of shows that I just didn't like sitting through.
play a little bit of harmonica on stage, but it's all self-taught.
Eventually, like in middle school, I went to a Green Day concert though, and that actually got me into Green Day, and that was like a good concert experience. And now after that, I don't even go to shows if I don't like know the band and like really like them to begin with. Now even still, for the past like 3-4 years, it's been like I don't. Shows are so hit or miss.
Alright, what we're gonna do, are you big with social media? Or are you against it? Some artists are not so much.
Some artists just suck live.
Do I like social media in general?
I've gone and traveled to shows that people canceled the night of.
I think that it's something that if you're going to be an artist in today's musical landscape, if you don't.
But then there's some people like Watsky that just put on like a really good fucking performance.
I don't like the fact that technology has.
But then there's also like, do I want to stand around in a crowd of people and get my eardrums kind of blasted out to take that gamble?
People need their entertainment in little bite-sized
First concert I ever went to was Theory of a Dead Man, and that was last year that I went.
But at the same time, if you're going to succeed, you need to adapt to the current
Yeah, no way.
So that's kind of where my head's at. You know, I want to
Yeah,
be
go.
successful.
I think they're worth seeing if they're like. Yeah, they're good to experience. It's good to get a handful of concerts under your belt, I feel like. But then when it comes to these fucking festivals, especially Warp, oh my god, you have to go in with a fucking war kit. You have to be ready. Like, you're out in the sun all day, water and everything is just fucking expensive. If you're in a group, people are gonna need break times and breathers and shit.
Yeah, I hit the road starting in September. We're playing Europe. Then October, November we play the U.S. December we're going to Australia. We're trying to work
One day a Warped fucking
out there, and yeah, we're doing like a world tour from
cooked me in every sense of the word.
January of next year. So we just don't stop. We're hitting the road again.
Congratulations on that. Good luck on your tour. It was very nice to interview you.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys. Thanks for having me. All my social media is GWatsky, so Twitter,
I absorbed nothing. That was a great interview.
Rock the Bells 2012.
Yo,
I just grabbed
girl.
Watsky. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful.
Tell me about your performance and how did
You
it feel to
boomed
go
the mic.
from being from the Bay to a poet? You're still a poet, literally. But
It was at a casino too, so it was
being
a
on
small
Rock the
space. But it was
Bells,
really-
like that's huge.
Hell yeah.
Being on Rock the Bells is special for me because I grew up.
I feel like Theory of a
listening to
Dead Man's one of those
artists
bands
that
I
shared the
can't
stage
think of a
with
song
today,
of
so
right now, or
it's an
couldn't
honor.
think
You
of
know, you look up and
something,
down the
or like,
roster,
but
and
like
pretty
if
much you're
someone
like,
played a
dope,
song,
dope,
I'd
dope,
recognize
dope,
it.
dope. Who the fuck is that kid? Which is me. You know, and like I've got a growing fan base, but like for the majority of people here, this was their first exposure to me. So I just wanted to put on a good performance, show people what I can do, and you know, I'm proud. I'm proud to have rocked this and to have done a good job.
What inspired you growing up to say, I'm going to get into poetry. I'm going to be the best poet that I can be, and I'm going to take it to a whole different level. I'm going to sell out stadiums, you know. I'm going to make a name for myself without compromising my identity.
Well, I fell in love with spoken word poetry when I saw Def Poetry Jam. If you haven't,
fell in love with Def Poetry
you know, and I was really lucky. I was on the final season of the show in 07 before it got canceled. But before that, it was a Broadway show. It played in New York, and before that, it got its first legs in San Francisco. Like a lot of Broadway shows will play SF before they move to New York. And
I'm
saw
finding more
Def
and more
Poetry
that I
before it
just
moved
have to
Broadway
fucking
when I
wear
was 15 years
sunscreen.
old. And I was just blown away.
Like in the summer, my
And,
dumbass will
you
be
know, I
like,
fell in love with spoken
once
word.
every
I started
like
doing
1 or
it.
2 months, will be like,
But your parents exposed you to
I'm
spoken
gonna
word at
walk
age?
for fucking
English teacher did.
2 to 6
Like,
hours
I was
or
like
whatever
a really
the
fuck up in the classroom, and I was a really big asshole.
Then I'll
a
just come home
loudmouth
burnt
kid.
to shit.
You know,
And I'm like, what did I
really,
expect?
I was just wiling out in English class, and he was like, "You need to channel your energy somehow." I've been involved with spoken word for a long time. I have a lot of unique opinions. I mean, I love spoken word, but what I feel like its problem has been over the years is that spoken word poets a lot of times are trying to impress other spoken word poets, and you go to a room, exactly. People in the Midwest don't fucking snap at shows. And I think it's it's an issue of how do you get people who didn't grow up on this art form that I was trained how to react to, how to go, what? Like, I had a dude come to my show and be like, George, you were great, but like, I'm sorry everyone was so confused about what you were saying, because he didn't understand that what means like, you did a good job. He thought it meant I don't know what you're saying. and you get to a broad audience and they don't know what it is. And so I feel like spoken word, you have an ability to connect directly with people. And if you can meet
I'm
someone in the
literally a
Midwest,
baby, I'm not
their
sensitive
experience
to
the same way you
babies.
can meet someone at the coast
Okay,
who
for sure.
has their politics,
I thought for a
very
second you were
entrenched
saying
already,
that you were
like,
sensitive
you know,
to
you say
babies.
fuck Bush in San Francisco in 2004,
I
and it's
didn't
like
think
mass
that.
applause. You go to Iowa
Just
and you
dip
say
yourself
that
in a
same
bucket
shit and
of
you get booed
sunscreen.
off the stage. So
Honestly,
like, how do you connect with somebody who may believe different shit than you and connect with
I
them
think
on a human
it's just
level?
a
And that's
face.
just what I've been
My
trying to
fucking
do.
face
Thank
gets
you
cooked.
so much. I really appreciate you. Much
I
success.
could be out
to
like
you.
all day to get my arms cooked, I think.
All right, I'm TJR from Overmind.com, and we are here today with Watsky.
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me.
I feel like it'd be kind of redundant to kind of say what you do, because you're kind of a magnificent little verbal virtuoso, if I might say. What kind of, starting us off, you kind of have like a unique path, I would say, with kind of your career. Why did you choose the path you kind of did?
Well, I first got interested in hip-hop and poetry around the same time when I was 15 or 16. I started listening to music, and I also saw this show, Def Poetry Jam, that used to be on HBO, but was also a Broadway show, and before it was in New York, it played in San Francisco, and when I was first kind of starting to figure out what my interests were and what I was passionate about, I saw this art form that I didn't know existed. And so when I saw Def Poetry and I saw that there was this art form that combined rap and elements of stand-up comedy,
You gotta
theater,
wish that people
music,
could like
it really inspired
research
me, and so I got really
instead of
involved.
giving
I
base
started
level
doing
interviews, because like goddamn, a lot
free
of this is
after-school
just
workshops
repeat
in
information.
San Francisco, and I started seeing the intersection between the music that I was interested in, the poetry that I liked, and so since then, I
It's
mean,
like,
that was
I know
like
this, I
12
read
years
his
ago. I've
book.
just been
How's
trying
it
to weave
going?
those two things together, have the spoken word stuff influence the music, but you know.
Hey, welcome in,
keep
Cap. We're
a
chilling.
consistent voice throughout it. So I spent about
We got
5 years
the
touring college campuses.
who's that Pokemon game in a
grinding
good
it out
place,
in
and
the
now we're
circuit for
just
the
watching. They're doing something more simple
college gigs, and some of them are great, and some of them are for 12
instead of
hours,
to-do
so
list
sitting
grinding.
for
So
like
we're
350
just watching
shows
Watsky
like that over the
interviews
course of
and
several
taking some
years.
notes.
And then after that, I mean, my career developed out of necessity. Like that's what I did because that's what I had to do to pay rent.
How
if I
goes
wanted
it?
to be an
Yeah.
artist. And then YouTube came along, and I got really lucky, and I had videos that were successful and gained traction and helped me build a following. But it wasn't until several years after I, started to get my work out there that I actually got a following at all. Which now that I have one, I'm really grateful for. And I've
That's
been just trying
repeating
to
a
build
lot.
off it.
Yeah.
I had a video that was somewhat gimmicky and somewhat intentionally so.
It's the
to try and
Nardwar
get people to
interview.
watch it, that helped me get a first spark of a following, but since then I've been trying to kind of take a left turn and make sure that we're building a fan base off of work that I'm really passionate about and that I believe in.
I need Watsky about to
not
fight
trying to
Nardwar
emulate
for
viral
knowing too
success, but it's
much.
just trying to build a fan base off of people who really understand where I'm coming
You
from.
better?
So
Wow,
that's what
that's
I've been
lame to
doing since
hear.
then. We started touring as a band in 2012, and I was able to leave the heavy college gigging behind. And
Apparently it's just a rough night.
been on it since then.
It's what I'm
Kind of
hearing.
more of
That's the word on the
serious
street.
question, because you mentioned that like your first videos were very gimmicky, and they have kind of gotten more serious kind of since then from your own
We
personal
didn't got
standpoint.
gangrene and had to get her leg.
Could
Holy
should anyone
shit,
expect
that's
gimmicky videos
fucked.
like that in the future?
I'm sorry
or
to
is
hear
just
that,
kind of
dude.
something
Oh my
you've lost
God.
interest in trying to pursue, this musical voice?
Well, I should say I don't think that my first videos were gimmicky. I mean, I was putting out work before that. When I was on Def Poetry Jam on HBO in 2007, and that's what my touring life was. I mean, it was these 3-minute poems about social issues and identity, and I was trying really hard to get people to pay attention to my work for serious topics. And my tactic has generally always been to try and get people's attention with something flashy up front and then sneak in a subtle subversive message underneath. I mean, that is pretty much what I try to do now, and even
Chances
the video
of
that got
living
really
are-
popular was a video of me rapping
Fuck.
really fast in my bedroom. Yes, there was a hook and
Dude.
gimmick to
Well,
it,
I hope-
but I was still trying to
I hope
present
things
myself
could
and
look
present
up.
my art form in it in a way that I was proud
Yeah,
of.
I'm sorry
and
to
I
hear
still
that.
am proud
Holy
of that video and the
shit.
content of it, even though it's not like weighty work about
That's just- yeah, that's just fucking
politics
brutal.
or the environment or something. I still do think that it showcases what I do verbally, and I have pride in it. So that sort of answers the first part of your question. The second part is, no, I'm not trying to emulate viral success anymore. I mean, I am still trying to get people's attention.
Grandma
with
and
my
her
work.
sister
I
went to
understand
visit.
it's really hard to cut through how much work is out there, but the work that I want to present and continue.
It's got
presenting
people around
is
at
the
least.
stuff
That's good. What is
that,
gangrene?
Is just music videos, poems, not a 30 to 90 second viral video that's just
I have an idea in my head, but I haven't ever actually thought about it enough.
So then, kind of going from there, the You mentioned that, you know, your music has a message. You can clearly see that from watching just any.
Gangrene is the death of body tissue, usually from a severe lack of blood supply or serious bacterial infection, often affecting limbs, organs, skin, causing discoloration, severe pain, numbness, foul discharge, and leading to limb loss and septic shock. Holy fuck.
One single song. But what's kind of the message right now that you're kind of most passionate about trying to get across?
I don't really have anything to say that people haven't said a million times before. I mean, the same messages that I try and hammer home on my stage shows are things, the mantras that I try to repeat to myself on a daily basis that you probably hear 17 other artists on Warped Tour say over and over again. Those things that I think kids need to hear and that I need to hear, which are live in the present moment, be yourself, and work really hard. I mean, those are really the only things that I have to share with the world, and they're plagiarized from every other philosopher in history ever. But that's what I believe in. You know, I think that living in the now is the easiest thing to say and the hardest thing to do, and I'm trying to consistently tell myself to do that. And I think that if people do that and take the time to do that, they'll be better, more compassionate people, and I'm trying to tell myself those things too.
And so kind of going from there, you know, you mentioned that you've been kind of doing music for a pretty long time. Like, I'm assuming like you actually got into it like really, I can imagine, very kind of young, right?
Yeah, I mean, I got into music around the same time a lot of kids do, late middle school, early high school. I was a kid
I gotta
who
pee.
listened to radio hip hop, and
You're back. Take break time music.
I am.
At one point before it got worse, her thigh bone was exposed. Jesus, that is fucked. Back to the grind.
When I grew up, I think that music listening patterns were more segregated than they are now, in that if you were a rock kid at my school, you sat at the rock kid table and that's how you identified. And if you were into hip hop, you identified that way. And I don't think that's true anymore. I think that kids are more open to listening to different genres because genres are more blurred than they were. Format radio is not the only way that people are discovering music. But yeah, I got into it, and I definitely, like, a big part of my identity when I was young was that I loved listening to hip hop. My first show was a Ludacris concert in 2001, and yeah, I've definitely branched out since then. And my parents introduced me to the music that they listened to, and late 60s, early 70s rock, Motown, jazz, and those have influenced the sound that my band has too.
So before I kind of deviate kind of off this topic, we're talking a message, and we kind of went on this kid thing, and the message that I guess, you know, Warped here is trying to build up to is this idea of, you know, putting I guess more music education out there, and kind of changing the ways we're thinking about changing education itself. What do you think that you know, the system could do to, you know, improve education, and, you know, when you were, you know, in high school, make it more enjoyable for you?
So the question is,
what would you change in education to make that high school and middle school life more enjoyable for you?
Well, I just think that we don't put a lot of money into the arts in general. I think that, I don't know what the statistics were. I mean, California that's where I'm from, San Francisco, used to be the state with the highest achieving public schools in the country, and now they're second to last. And I think that that's a shame. I spent about half of my time as a public school student growing up and half my time as a private school student, and I've seen firsthand how different the quality of education that I received were. And it's not to say that there aren't great public schools.
I need to go to bed earlier.
There's high property taxes in those
Yay,
areas.
I get drugs appointment tomorrow.
The amount of funding that goes into public schools is largely through property tax, which means that in wealthy
I have,
areas you have really high performing public schools.
medication management
property
appointment,
taxes aren't,
which means
you have lower performing public schools. And I went to super
tell
overcrowded
pill lady
schools
that I
where
need the
there wasn't a lot of
Adderall
money
pills,
put into
and that the
arts,
other
and
lady said that
had
I
good
need
arts
the
programs
Adderall.
because you had teachers that were really passionate and really awesome, but that didn't happen all the time. And I always would advocate for art spending.
go
I think
off.
that making kids creative makes them more empathetic, makes them better at everything. I mean, having a developed creative brain will make you good at non-creative things too. So, anytime that the state legislature is going through budgets, arts is one of the first things they slash, and I wish that it wasn't that way. I don't have a solution to it, but that's where my heart is.
So you kind of also have taking this kind of unorthodox path through your career. Would you have any upcoming or any advice to those upcoming indie artists who just can't get their break?
My advice is, first, that if you want to make it, you have to be relentless. You have to work harder than you think you have to. You have to be willing to slog it out. You have to try and curb your ego and recognize that if things are going really great for you, that you're going to be knocked down with a really humiliating experience the next day. I mean, you have to be willing to play to small crowds and happy to do it. And that's the second piece of advice that I would give, that is, if you're in it to try and make it and to try and reach a large audience, then you're probably going to be disappointed because your successes are going to be marked by something external, which isn't going to always stay that way. So you have to let your art feed you. You have to be happy doing what you do because that's what you love. You have to continue making art because you like making art and not make art because you're looking for external gratification. And if you do that, then a lot of times success comes because you're doing it for the right reasons and people respond to that.
And man, I'm just getting question after question from you. So you kind of you mentioned artists should slog it out, or to kind of use your own words. Except that the interesting thing is talking to independent artists, they always think they're slogging it out. So how would you actually define working hard and slogging it out?
I guess what I would say is that you just have to do what you can on a daily basis to make small incremental steps forward. You can't tackle being an artist all at once. And I say this as a young artist and somebody who hasn't paid as many dues as lots of people have, but somebody who has had years of kind of working in obscurity and trying to appreciate that and take little small victories a piece at a time, and to just say that every day try and do something. If it's creating a graphic or making a video or writing a song, try and make a little bit of progress every day. A lot of people who get great at a musical instrument do it not overnight, but by making a little bit of progress a piece at a time. And also be specific about what you want to do. I think that it's important to recognize where your strengths are and where your weaknesses are. I have a terrible singing voice and I've tried to work on it, but it's never been great. And I think that I could probably get better, but I'm not blessed with a natural talent to be good at it. So I've tried to figure out where my strengths lie. And I think I have a natural predisposition to be good at rhythmic things and wordplay, and that's what I like. I'm not a great dancer. My body's awkward. These are shortcomings that I have, and I'm not trying to force myself into a box that makes me a pop star, because that's not what I am and that's never what I'll be. So I think being honest with yourself about where your strengths and weaknesses lie and try to nurture the strengths, and then find other people who can fill in the weaknesses for you. Pulling together a creative team of people who can help you with those other things that you're not great at. Those are concrete steps that you can take to try and get a little bit further.
Now, kind of feeding off that, Corey Taylor of Slipknot made a relatively controversial, I guess, comment for a lot of people at the Oxford Uni. We made a speech there, and his kind of quote was that people shouldn't necessarily strive towards what they find. Now I'm paraphrasing here a bit. Shouldn't necessarily strive towards what they love. They should strive towards what they're good at and nurture love out of it. Would you agree with that statement?
I mean, I just don't think that life is like a one-size-fits-all plan. I think that that's different for everybody. I do agree with the idea that you should nurture your talents and you might learn to love them. I mean, I know a lot of people who were forced to play piano at a young age and hated practicing when they were young and then got really good at it. And then once they hit a certain point of ability, they started to love it because they realized what it could provide them. So I do agree with that in a sense. I also think that sometimes if you love something and you're passionate about it, it's worth doing it even if you suck. You know, you might like making watercolors and that just gives you joy. Like, and I think that that's great. You know, people need to just find places to have joy in their life. People also need to find ways to pay the rent and put a roof over their head. So it's not the same for everyone. I think there is a subtlety to that response, so I can't tell you yes or no, but you know, people need to figure out what makes them happy and how to make their way through life and fulfill both those things.
And I guess kind of to end this off, I can imagine that you could have an interesting response to this one. It's kind of the one I've been using throughout most of the day to kind of end these interviews, and it's the idea that, you know, everyone has this random trivia information, this random fact in the back of their head for everyone to learn out there watching. What would Watsky's random fact of the day be?
Let me think. What do I know that people would be interested by? I can tell you that because my father is really fascinated by naval history, that Captain William Bligh, who was the captain of the Bounty, was supposed to go to Tahiti to get breadfruit, but ended up trying to use that mission to circumnavigate the globe by going the wrong direction. And so that's why his crew ended up mutinying on him, and they ended up living on Pitcairn's Island, where they burned their stolen boat for 200 years, where their relatives survive to this day.
And I don't think that response will ever be repeated.
You didn't get that from anyone else? Seriously? From One OK Rock? Right on. All right. Thank you for talking to me. Have a great day.
Yeah, we'll just end it right there. Put the mic down. And all right, I'm TJ from Overmind.com, and that was Watsky.
I had pretty much no clothes on me. Like, yeah, it was all like ripped off.
Next one.
Well, it's nice to see a hometown face at Warped Tour 2014. Watsky right
Oh
now.
look, it was Bo Burnham in that music video. Whoa.
Great, man. Day 8, we're kind of getting into the swing of things, and like you said, this is my hometown, so I'm really excited to be here.
There are a lot of hometown artists this year. You have K-Flay, Susan Farr, yourself, and so forth, right? Have you guys interacted at all yet or anything?
I haven't met Story so far, although I've heard great things about them, but K-Flay's on our stage, and I actually came into Warped Tour already a fan of hers, so yeah, I've gotten to know her better. I'm a really big fan of her music. Her new album's great, and there's a lot of like support on our stage and also support amongst other Bay Area people, so it's awesome to see.
You have a new album coming out in August, All You Can Do, and you've released a couple of trailers. You've given people a peek inside to the studio. What are the different things that you're going to do different this time around with this album?
It's a little bit different in terms of just the general vibe of it. I think Cardboard Castles was very much like filled with a lot of anthems. That came out in March of 2013. This one comes out, All You Can Do comes out August 12th, and I think that it's more nuanced. I did actually reflect on the London thing quite a bit on this album, so it's part of my material and part of my growth as a person and trying to realize, you know, how do you grow up and be a responsible adult and, you know, figure out your impact on the world and have a heart about it.
The Warped Tour has evolved over the years from just a punk rock scene, you know, dubbed as the punk rock summer camp for kids, but now it's hip hop, it's R&B, ska. Ska's always been involved, but you know, it's definitely evolved into just more than punk rock. What other genres of music do you gravitate towards?
I grew up a hip hop kid. My first concert was Ludacris at the Fillmore, and when I was growing up in high school, that's really what I listened to. But I also love rock. I love folk music. I love jazz. I love R&B, and that's reflected in my band. I mean, if you listen to our group, like, you hear jazz riffs and you hear power chords and you hear all that stuff, and it's really like a melting pot of different genres. You know, we're interesting here because I think we don't really fit in at Warped, but we don't really fit in anywhere. I mean, we played Rock the Bells here at Shoreline too, and so it's our greatest strength and weakness. It's like we can't be pigeonholed exactly into what the core audience of Warped is, but because we have so many different elements, I think that, you know, whereas we don't completely fit in anywhere, we kind of fit in everywhere.
I'm George Watsky, and you are listening to the Hella Hyphy Hour, hosted by DJ Matt Warner, only on Fresh Air. This weekend I was so lonely. So what did I do? I went to the club. Got more lonely and went to the after club. Walked downstairs and got kicked out of the secret club, so I got wasted next door at the half-deserted geeky club, got clubbed out, so I bounced out and felt woozy, so I slept it off and I went to my book club, and then we're buzzed off rubies, reading in the club the novelization of 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying the movie.
Is this a 5-part
These days,
interview?
Friday night we go to the club. If it's Saturday night, we go to the club. If we're feeling lonely, if we're feeling horny, if we're having a baby shower, we go to the club where life can't worsen, and the prevailing mindset is, yo, girl, my big dick is such a small part of who I am as a person. I'm tired of this tired-ass club-ish. These days, the only place I really feel good about myself is home, so screw it. Starting tonight, this Friday night, my family's 3-bedroom San Francisco flat is open to the general public. For anyone looking for love who's not just looking for love, come to 770 Fifth Avenue, the brand new Lonely Hearts Club. You're a scrub, you're a stud, you're a dom, you're a sub. If you've got a heavy heart, you don't need ID. Every good body is a VIP. We don't have bouncers. We got my 99-year-old Jewish grandmother, and she will guilt trip the sketches Schlemiel right back to his Lexus before he can remember whether or not his locks were kosher at breakfast. In advance, those who will be rejected, Casanova, Jerry Springer, and every one of your exes. Lil Jon got faded, passed out on the way over and never made it. So screw downtown, surround sound, Walgreens, boombox, knocks past 2 blocks, still loud, cops stop, rowdy cries in the boondocks who rock on the rooftops. Short little excerpt from Lonely Hearts Club.
DJ Matt Warner in the Hella Hyphy Hour, only on Fresh Air.
You are listening to the Hella Hyphy Hour with DJ Matt Warner. In studio, I've done a pre-recorded interview with George Watsky, a poet, spoken word artist, and rapper out of the San Francisco Bay Area, all the way on the west coast of the United States in California. George, I was wondering if you could just come on the line and just share a little bit of information about you and how you first got into spoken word poetry and hip-hop.
Cool, awesome. How you doing, Matt?
Doing well.
I'm good, yes. Well, I first got into being interested in rhyming back in middle school. I went to a public school in San Francisco, and that's kind of what everyone did, you know, like during lunchtime, people would freestyle together. And my freshman year of high school, I had an English teacher who told me about a program called Youth Speaks in the Bay Area. Youth Speaks does free writing workshops and competitions called the Youth Speaks Teen Poetry Slam every year. And I entered the first time when I was 16, and I'd never done spoken word before. I'd just been interested in music, and I entered this competition, and I didn't win, but I did pretty well. When I was 16, I came back every year, year after year after year, and through that, got a lot of opportunities. Eventually won when I was 19, went to the Nationals 3 times, and won that one time with my team, and through that got exposed to the people who do Def Poetry Jam on HBO, this show that showcases spoken word artists. Got on that, and yeah, I've been doing it ever since.
So thanks, George, for the introduction. Yeah, there was a phenomenal poem you did on HBO on the Def Poetry Jam. There's a lot of talented people on that show. I was wondering who else was there when you were performing. Like how's the setup? Like I remember, Mos Def is the host, but who else did you get to meet during the show?
Yeah, most of the hosts on my episode in particular was they had a couple musical artists. Usually they have a couple of like celebrities with the poets. So my episode had Modest Yahoo, Lyfe Jennings, Talib Kweli, and then a couple of other. It's crazy because there are these celebrities that were performing with us, but the rest of my episode was made up of people who I was friends with from the Bay Area. Like, the people that I grew up doing poetry with really ended up feeding this show because there was such a high level of creativity that we were pushing each other with when we were doing the competition every year. So like on that episode also, who were people who, I met when I was 16 and in high school in the Bay Area, like Dalek Brathwaite, Shannon Matefsky, Maylani Clay, all people who were from the Bay Area with me, and then a couple of other people from the national competition. Shannon Lee, who, rest in peace, actually died this year, but she was on that episode of Deaf Poetry as well. A lot of young people, also in the audience. Russell Simmons, obviously he produces the show, and they do it at the Supper Club in New York City, which is an actual venue where they set up this crazy TV camera setup and have a live audience come in. It's pretty cool. They build a set, and you get to meet all the other poets. You're all holed up in one hotel, and they film it over a 3-day period. Actually, I think they usually did it for longer, but the season I was on was a truncated season. So they had like 2 or 3 different shoots a day. So they shoot like 2 or 3 episodes a day, one after the other in this room. You do 2 poems. They pick one of them to air. If you're unlucky, they don't pick either of them to air. And then you can stay for as long as you want over that 3-day period and watch the other people's tapings.
Wow. Well, that sounds like a phenomenal experience.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, just wandering around were like George Clinton, Nelly Furtado, Jill Scott. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's great. We're going to play one of your poems. I was wondering if you could introduce and mention a little bit about this poem.
This is a poem that I did when I was 16 at the You Speak Teen Poetry Slam. I'm 22 now, so this was 6 years ago. And it was the first spoken word poem that I ever wrote. And I performed this live for a room of about 1,500 people. It's about growing up with a Jewish father and a Christian mother.
Yeah, I really liked the piece too. People were really laughing. It was quite a humorous piece, and I thought it was a very, very good start to a great career.
Thank you.
We're about to listen to Half Jewish by George Watsky.
All right, now I gotta keep it coming. This is the very last poet of the evening. You understand that? The last one. He is 16 years old from San Francisco. I need to hear you give it up.
Bad thing if I'm here before year, and I guess I don't sort of think it's ill-advised 40 Moss and Super Bowl. And simply half and half to make a whole combined.
You were just listening to Half Jewish by George Watsky, and we have George Watsky from a pre-recorded telephone interview for Fresh Air, The Alternative, University of Edinburgh's student radio station. I am DJ Matt Werner, and we have George Watsky on the phone line. So yeah, we really enjoyed the humor that you had in Half Jewish, but your poetry, it's not all about just, humor and funny and in the shtick, but you've also done a bit of sustainability work. I know on YouTube there's a video of you and Robert Redford. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, I have a relationship with Robert Redford in the Sundance Preserve that I started cultivating through You Speaks, actually. I won this competition in 2006 that focused on poetry with the theme of sustainability or climate change work, some kind of that stuff like that. I had a poem called Carry the One that's also available on YouTube that won this competition, and I got to go out to Sundance, Utah, where Robert Redford used to host a summit every year for mayors working on climate change. And so I got to perform this piece, and it was really crazy. I was invited by Robert Redford, got to meet him. Madeleine Albright was there. The year before that, Al Gore gave the keynote, and there were a lot of really crazy people. Actually, I started a friendly relationship with Mark Begich.
This is basically one extended interview that's like
he's running against Ted Stevens
25
for
minutes.
Senate in Alaska right now.
During
And
the rest of
it
it.
looks like he's
Yeah, it
going
won't
to
be
win, and by the time this airs, he probably will have won because Ted Stevens is facing all these corruption charges up in Alaska. But anyway, I got to meet all these really cool people, perform at Sundance. They invited me back the next year, and through that, I got an opportunity to perform that poem in Chicago for Greenbuild, which is this big sustainable building conference. I got to perform immediately before Bill Clinton took the stage to give the keynote. And it's just crazy, this competition that I
I don't
entered
got
has
nowhere
given
I'm
me
gonna wanna
opportunity after
raid.
opportunity to perform my work about sustainability. And so from this one poem, I've gotten so many chances, I've generated some more material on it. And that thing you're talking about with Robert Redford was from an event at the Kennedy Center this summer in July, Speak Green, Green Mic on climate change. And Robert Redford introduced me and been a really great guy. And I'm an aspiring actor a bit as well, too. So to have someone like that saying those compliments about me is really flattering. And it's been really, really cool to do that work.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you really have come a long way in the last 6 years from the...
We will save that for later. Bring in the fucking flamingos. Bring those out. Take the eyeball. They didn't need it. They didn't want it. When is this appointment? That's when. Okay. I'm already losing sleep, yay! Yeah, they're gonna move around a little bit. Flamingoed, based. Keep on standby. We got credits tonight. I'll trade it in. Goth, appreciate you raiding in. Guys, if you like some World of Warcraft or some good hangs or some good music, going out over in Goths, over there. Linktree. There's a link tree. If you click on that link, it takes you to the link tree and it's got all the links. You can go to the YouTube where we upload all of our VODs every night and get them sorted out into playlists so they don't die on Twitch and they're nice and viewable. Stream announcements go out to the Discord and the Blue Sky. You can pick your poison on that one, but the Discord has bonuses, it has memes, and it has cute 80s, I find. Scroll down more, you get the community information document here. This will tell you anything and everything you want to know about stream. The game, the bot, the programming, other random general information, etc. Scroll down a bit more, you get to the music playlist, the YouTube type beats playlist. The second link here will take you to my Spotify profile, which will have all the Spotify playlists, but these four below are the main ones we're usually listening to. And then down here you have a bunch of shit that I have that I don't use. Oh, that's for me. Toggle my developer tools. And then we gotta make the full cam scene. Woo! And I remember the name of this now. Get it out of here. Oh, we can hang out with Feeny. That's dope. Let's get some outro-age going. Appreciate everyone hanging out, lurking along, chatting along, doing their thing. Give chat a round of applause for being awesome. Tuck chat in, because blankets are important. And it's fucking bedtime. Hope everyone has a good day, good night, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good sleep, good work, good day off, good time zone, good whatever it is, a good one. Stay safe out there, no drownsies, fuck vegetables, but which vegetable? Beets again. Beets fucking suck. Fuck beets. We'll be back in 24 to 48 hours. I don't know what we'll be working on. I feel free again now that we got... Who's that Pokemon flipped over, and it was a little stressful to get it flipped over, so... I'm liking the light stress to-do list options. So, we'll see. But Who's That Pokemon works now. Stink. No raidage, so no raidage to talk about. I think that's all the things, so we'll do a final Ripperino before we go. I gotta go over there for it, because that card's dead. Smoke them if you got 'em. Here's... You guys got Tetris. That's nice. And now, just now, my bitrate just fucking shits itself. Hilarious. I'll wait for it to bounce back. I'll wait. Go ahead, Wi-Fi. Go ahead. I know you wanted to get your big show in right at the end. Thank you. You know, 900 frames wasn't enough. 1280 is a really good number. I appreciate that. Have a good one. Later, y'all. Wait, is there an end stream button on here? Oh, fuck.